Are we ready?
Yeah, we're ready, I think. Let's call the meeting to order. Hi, good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining the Planning and Zoning Commission regular meeting. Today is March 18th, 2021. Good evening, and my name is Joan Feely, and I'm the chairperson for the Planning and Zoning Commission. As permitted by the governor's executive orders and indicated in the agenda for this meeting, there is no in-person access. WebEx conference video and telephone access information was provided for commission members, applicants, and other interested persons to participate and noted on the agenda. For those attending, I would ask that you mute yourselves if you're able so that we do not get any background noise. I have two very important reminders. First, every time you speak, you must state your name and title for the record. Second, we must be careful not to speak over each other so that everyone who is listening can hear what's being said and we have a clear record. For this reason, as necessary, when it comes time for the commission members to comment and ask questions about a particular agenda item before taking any action, and then to vote on the agenda item, our planner, Maureen Giusti, will call the roll. Also, the regular meeting is being recorded, and the recording will be posted on the town's website. New information since the posting yesterday will be posted on the website tomorrow. I'm now going to ask that Maureen take attendance by calling the roll.
Okay, John Michael O'Brien. I believe he's excused, but call. Actually, I'm gonna unmute myself. Can
Yes,
people hear me?
okay. Can everyone
Yes.
hear?
Okay. We have to kind of tag team music. So John Michael O'Brien. And I do not see him listed anywhere. I'm going to mark as absent.
Oh no, how come?
George Miller,
Present.
Diane Jorsey,
Here.
Timothy Zigma,
Here.
Brian Rogan,
Here.
Steve Woolman,
Here.
alternate Peter Zarabazo,
Here.
alternate Andrew Lagnani. Andrew Lagnani. I'm going to mark as absent. Alternate Steve Biella Jr.
I'm here.
and Chairman Bealy. Here. Okay, so
Did you get Steve Woolman?
Okay, thank you. For the purpose of tonight's meeting, I just want to back. I'm going to ask Peter Zarabozo to be seated for John Michael.
Okay.
So that's Steve Biella. We may be needing you, so just hang in there and anyway, okay, terrific. All right. So
Welcome to WebEx. Enter your access code or meeting number followed by pound.
I'm not sure who that is. All right,
So,
anyway, Maureen,
excuse me,
yes, go ahead, Maureen.
Ms. Chair, I have a couple of housekeeping items that I would like to have the commission consider. The first is the agenda has a typo mistake, and I would like to formally acknowledge that mistake and have the commission correct it. Item 3B under commission business was noted incorrectly and should reference multifamily. And I asked for the correction to mirror the language on the last agenda to be B, consideration of a multifamily moratorium.
Okay. Do we need that as a formal motion?
Yes.
Okay. All right, are there any questions from the commission regarding the adjustment that's being requested?
No.
Do we have a motion from one of our commissioners to make that adjustment?
I will make that motion. Commissioner Jorsey, motion to make an adjustment to the agenda as requested.
Thank you, Diane. Do we have a second?
I will second that motion.
Okay, thank you, Brian. All right, do we need a roll call on the motion?
I would like to do that,
Okay,
yes.
yes, go ahead, please.
George Millard,
Aye.
Diane Jorsey,
Aye.
Timothy Zigmont,
Aye.
Brian Rogan,
Aye.
Steve Wallman,
Aye.
Peter Zarabozo,
Aye.
or right, he was the
Yeah,
one
he's the
seated,
one seated.
correct?
Yep.
And that's everything. And Chairman
Myself.
Veely.
Yes, aye.
I'm
Thank
sorry
you.
I put you at the bottom of the
No,
list.
no.
I should have put you at the top.
No, that's okay, no, you should be like Victor, go last.
All
Okay.
right, and then the second item on the request that I have is that one of our peer review consultants, Don Poland of Gorman in York, it has a conflict this evening that he was unable to control and therefore must attend another meeting at 9 p.m. He expects the conflict may be an hour, but unsure of how late Berlin's hearings may go, has requested that the continued public hearing for BT 2008 be moved to earlier on the agenda as possible. So I am therefore asking if the commission is inclined to further amend the agenda and reorder the meeting by moving commission business to the end of the meeting. That may allow him to be available for a longer period. I don't know if there are any other adjustments that can be made.
Okay, so you want to move item A and B on commission
Yes.
business?
Number 3, commission business,
Okay.
A and B, to just before adjournment to the
Okay.
end of the meeting.
All right, any questions from the commission? I'll wait for a motion on that.
I'll make a motion to move item 3, commission business, A and B, to the end of the agenda.
Okay, Diane, you have the motion, and do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Sigma, I'll give you the second on that. All right, further discussion, do we need a roll call?
Yes.
Okay,
George Millard,
Aye.
Diane Jorsey,
Aye.
Tim Zigmont,
Aye.
Brian Rogan,
Aye.
Steve Wallman,
Aye.
Peter Zarabozo,
Aye.
Chairman Veely.
Aye. Got that? Okay, thank you all. Now, moving on to the approval of the minutes, we have before us the February 25th, 2021 meeting minutes. So for approval, has everyone had a chance to review the meeting minutes, and do we have a motion or corrections?
Make a motion to approve the minutes from February 25th, 2021.
Do we have a second?
Second. Tim Zigmont.
Okay, Mr. Zigmont, thank you. You have the second for the discussion on that, then all those in favor?
Aye.
Just a verbal on this, aye, or raise your hand or whatever. Okay,
Please make sure no one's opposed.
is there anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Approval of the minutes for March 4th, 2021. Do we have a chance to review them? Does everyone have any corrections? And if so, or if not, or whatever, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of March 4th, 2021.
Thank you, Diane. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Brian. Rogan, and further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
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 Alright. Is there anyone opposed? Hearing none, moving on. All right, so now we have the scheduling of public hearings. We have a special permit use application of William J. Watson III for an accessory dwelling unit at 168 Blue Ridge Road. This is suggested date of April 15th, 2021. Do we have a motion on that?
Motion to schedule April 15th, 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Zigmont. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Brian. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? Okay, hearing none, going on to old business. Old business, we have a site plan amendment of Estates of Berlin LLC for modifications to the grading of phase 5 at lot 41, block 133, 107 Beckley Road. Okay.
Can I provide
Yes.
an update? Oh dear.
Oh,
No.
good. Oh, yay.
So the commission did receive, I believe they received, I think I got it in time to send it out, the comments from the town engineer.
Yes,
Were
I believe
those
that
in
we
time
have.
for to be distributed? But they're also posted. The town engineer, in summary, basically, has concurred with the findings, the changes made as far as, his engineering goes, with the, understanding that construction documents will give further details. So we have had those updates and further discussion today as they went back and forth with details, with the applicant. The applicant is on the line to update the commission and tell you the changes that were made and further refined, with review by the town engineer. And he, I believe, has also brought their landscape person with them.
Okay, terrific, thank you. Let's go to the, so we've had some comments that were made through the Public Works and the Police Department and engineering, so is the applicant online? Or representative? Yeah,
I believe I have seen them.
did they have to read it off?
Let me double check the participants. John, are
Okay.
you online?
Yes, I am. Sorry, I had to hit the mute button.
Oh, okay, we thought. All right, terrific. Have you had a chance to look at the engineering comments?
Yes, for the record, this is John Weigenblatt from the LRC Group, Principal, 160 West Street, Cromwell, Connecticut. On the line that I know of is Rich Reynolds, one of the engineers that worked on this project, and Henry Thomas, landscape architect and principal of LRC as well. Because we do know that some of the comments that were being brought up in the last meeting concerning the slope, Henry is the individual that came up with a seating and slope and seating procedure for that area. We did receive, and also I can't tell, but I'm not sure if Jeff Restler is on or not. He is the owner. He was planning on being here, and along with Mark Carrion, who is a manager as well with for Jeff. I'll try and keep this as quick as possible. I know you have a lot on your agenda tonight. We did receive comments from the town engineer Friday, and we worked on addressing these comments Monday and Tuesday, and did get something to town staff yesterday morning. The town engineer basically had, I'm just looking for his letter, excuse me. 7 comments, I think. 6 comments. The first one, the proposed retaining wall and the wall system, he was worried about the vegetated slope, and the steepness of the slope. We did have mechanical slopes stabilization proposed originally along that line. Yes, thank you. That steep slope in that area where the cursor is. So what we did, we removed that slope, the mechanical slope stabilization, and made everything at a 2-to-1 slope, and came up with a seating procedure and insulation procedure for that area. And I guess since we're here, Henry, if you can just maybe chime in and just give a 1-minute rundown on that.
Sure. Sure. My name is Henry Thomas. I'm a landscape architect and principal with the LRC Group at 160 West Street in Cromwell, Connecticut. Anticipating, the difficulty and the degree of slope and the quality of soil, and the fact that this may be a slightly gradual process, our recommendation is to, in very, very general, simple terms, amend the soils on the surface as the slope is prepared, and amend it, that is to say, with fertilizer or amendments as recommended by a soil test. And I'm sure that soil test will result in recommendations for applications of fertilizer, etc. Then our recommendation is that we apply the erosion or slope stabilization fabric to the slope. And the fabric that we are currently specifying is a coconut fiber mesh with a biodegradable polypropylene kind of a mesh as well that's bound together. And that will be secured in place mechanically with staples to basically hold it in place on the slope. And then we would recommend the application of a native seed mix in hydro mix or hydro mulch applied over the top of the fabric. And that will enable the seed as it germinates to go through the fabric and into the soil. And it allows us to have that mechanical stabilization of the blanket in place first. And that's important because you're trying to basically do this and protect it before you have a rain event or a storm event. So to reverse that and apply the seed first, maybe increases the potential to have a slope get disturbed by an unexpected rain event. Both applications, that is hydroseed underneath or hydroseed on top of the blanket, are both acceptable and recommended and not a-traditional. So it's not an unusual way of doing it. The seed mix is a native seed mix, so it'll have a lot of native grasses that also has some wildflowers in it. It's specifically mixed for an application such as this. And in doing so, they will have things that germinate quickly and things that germinate over time. So what you might see in the first year will look a little different than the second year as other grasses mature and establish themselves. And in addition to that, we've also called for annual rye to be in that mix to give us a little extra boost in terms of quick germination. So we believe that that sandwich, if you will, is going to give certainly immediate mechanical protection of the slope. And then over time, you'll get a very good bond between the grasses growing through the mesh and into the soil below. So that's the short story about that.
Thank you, Henry. On that plan that's on the screen, that shaded area going from the north and then south, that is the area of the proposed slope stabilization procedure that Henry just described. It's either we're going to run from the top of the slope or at the bottom of the of any proposed retaining wall down to the to meet the grade at the bottom of the slope. Additionally, another comment that the engineer had up at the northeast corner, we had a proposed retaining wall. He felt it was fairly close to the property line. We pulled that off the property line further to allow for the installation of it without having to impact the adjoining property, which is the town of Berlin property. Also, he had a concern on the entrance into phase 5. Maybe if you can zoom that phase 5 up, the right at the entrance where it says AutoCAD, zoom it up a little bit more, please. For the height of the wall, he was concerned with some of the regrading and shaping of the detention pond on the left coming in. We're taking away a little bit of storage in that area, and we're proposing on making it up on the other side, which is the part of the flow. As you can see, there is a connection from underneath the proposed entrance, and reshaping the detention basin on the right-hand side to compensate that little bit of loss in storage on the left side. We added a guide rail on both sides coming into the into phase 5, along with a fence as well. And the height of the wall remains the same on this area, where on the eastern slope, we did adjust the height to adjust for the change in the with the slope, and we did make it a little bit higher on the northeast corner and along the easterly side as well. And I think the only other comment that we had was with the detention basin at the top of the hill behind the units. Yep, if you can just go a little bit more. Yes, the proposed underground storage system. We did add an extra measure because our intent was this to act as detention, not to infiltrate. So we were proposing on adding a 6 mil plastic liner on the bottom of this, so to help really contain water inside the structure, so there would be no infiltration. So it'll act strictly as for detention. Rich, do you have anything you want to add to that? With regard,
no, you covered it. You covered
Okay.
it. Thank you. Rich Reynolds, LRC Group. No, you covered it, John. Thank you.
Thank you. We did receive comments from planning today, and they were pretty much in line with a lot of the comments from the engineer. And additionally, I think a few weeks ago, we did get comments from the police and their comments with regards to noise. And if Mark or Jeff is on the call, I do believe that that is written into their condominium documents, if I'm not mistaken. Jeff, are you here, or Mark? I don't see him.
If I may, I'm sorry, I missed a little bit of what you said, but I think it was with regard to the police notes.
Yes.
That staff has recommended that as a condition of the approval, to be carried over from, all the conditions of approval from the site plan special permit approval be carried over into this site plan amendment that's specific to just the changes that are being made in the narrative that you laid out with this application when the application was originally submitted for this amendment. So all those notes staff is recommending be carried over, including the police note.
And that police note was regards to the pistol range, manufactured
Yes.
rifle range. Okay, yes.
And that was Maureen speaking, in case of anyone, Maureen Juicy, town planner, in case anyone missed that.
was Chairman Bailey commenting.
If I may
Yes,
also
go ahead.
add to clarify that we did get further clarification from Micah Hearn with regard to the no exception taken in his memo. That was him indicating that he means that's fine. He expects those little items to be taken care of in construction documents when the engineers dig deep and go to that next step of for getting permits for the actual construction. Although, you know, I can try to get him if anyone has a further question.
This is John from LRC. Thank you for reminding me, Maureen. Yes, we did make a note that any of the design for the retaining walls will need to come before the town engineer for approval. That I believe is not, that selection of material has not been made yet by the owner. And in the response we got from the town engineer today, he was okay with that. Thank you.
And I did confirm that.
Any commissioners have any questions regarding this application?
Yeah, this Commissioner,
Yes, Tim.
yes, I'm seeing through the,
Hey, Tim,
yeah,
Tim,
yeah,
before you begin, just kind of move in so that we can hear you because you're pretty soft on our recording here.
it's got to be my system here, but anyway, most of the concerns that I had has been addressed by the engineering reports on the slopes. And I understand from the designer there, the vegetation, that the slopes are going to be 2-to-1 slopes now. Because there was slopes higher than 2-to-1. And I want to make sure that is there. All these comments by the engineer would have to be included basically on the plans and all the grades and stuff that the finished grade is going to be. The other thing I have concerns is that you're filling in part of the area here, and is how fast we get these banks stabilized, get that retaining area and stuff in that they can get there during the growing season, because things go slow during construction time, and as they're filling in, they can be grading 2 grades and establishing those banks before they start hammering nails, just to get that site done and grown before the established.
Okay.
This is John from LRC.
Yes.
Mr. Ziglar, what your comment was to have the slope constructed before you start building in that area, or?
Yeah, you're going to bring and fill into the area. What was it? Up to 7 feet of fill, I think you said. And that those slopes can be shaped and established before the construction of the property on the property, because you're going to be doing that site work anyway.
Okay.
I think he's probably, if I may, Mr. Radenblatt, I think he is looking for stabilization before construction begins. I think he's seeing that there's a priority given the slope. But he's actually looking for comfort, I mean, to have the job stabilized
I understand.
as possible.
Is it possible, Maureen, can you just scoot that down a little bit, please? That drawing you have. Yeah, so we can see more. Yeah, perfect, right there. There's the first units on the right and the left coming in. The units,
118 and 119, is that what you're talking about?
Yep. And the units on the opposite side of the road there, and I think the units 122 and all.
Okay.
Would you be amenable to letting them start that? because and also when they do start that, they do need to do some utility work in order to service those at least those 3 buildings that make up those units.
I don't, yeah, it doesn't matter about those units. The units towards the slopes are the one that I'm concerned that you're gonna be
Okay.
doing setbacks of those slopes and, I want those slopes established as soon as possible, basically.
Okay, I understand, and thank you for clarifying that.
I have a question.
This is Commissioner Wallman.
Oh, go ahead, Steve, go ahead.
Thanks, Joan. I don't claim to know a lot about the slopes and all this information. But my question is, what is the suggestion from our town engineer as to when this should be done to protect that slope and, maintain the grading? Does it make a difference to him? I think that's critical to get it from our town engineer. If he's okay with their process, then I think us members on planning and zoning should be okay if the experts handle it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
This is John. There was nothing mentioned in his comments, I believe, about timing of doing any type of construction, but I'm willing, to work with definitely work with the town staff, as for construction sequence. In fact, in our office today, Henry, Rich, and I did talk about it, and we mentioned that possibly doing this over the summer before when there's hopefully no heavy rains and getting established before the fall.
Okay.
Commissioner Wallman again, and I just for the record, I agree with Tim. I think we need to make sure it's solid and safe for everybody. But as I said, I'm hoping our engineer would have the expertise to tell us exactly the correct way to do it and work with the applicant so that everything involved is safe and secure.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Steve.
Joan, this is Commissioner Millard.
Yes.
Along with the same line of thought of Steve, I guess I'm looking at the responses to Mr. Ahern's comments that came in on March 16th, and I wasn't quite clear what Maureen was saying before. Are we saying that Mr. Ahern is in agreement with this, 4-page document or whatever that was given to us on March 16th? Because again, I'm on the same line of thought as Steve. It's like, I'd like to know if Mike is okay with their responses. There's a lot of civil engineering aspects to how they responded, as well as what they're proposing for stabilization, whatever. Mike would know a hell of a lot better than I would as to whether this was adequate or not.
So this is Maureen, the email thread today in response to the new plan that came in yesterday afternoon, the one you got distributed to you, the one large sheet, and were posted yesterday. The town engineer is comfortable with that plan moving forward.
Okay. And then this would be agreed to be as part of any approvals we do, that this is going to be incorporated into that, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
This
Thank you.
is an amendment to that, the new drawings and the comments of the town engineer and their response, and then his further response today that he's fine, he's fine with any other details being worked out during the construction drawings, all would become part of that.
Okay, so just I guess
You make the motion with town comments.
Okay, just as a procedural comment or whatever, this becomes extremely difficult when things are coming in at the last minute, and we don't know what the reviews are and so forth. This came in the other day. We didn't get any feedback from the town engineer. There's a lot of information to digest, so things coming at the last minute does not make our job very easy here. That's just a political comment, I guess.
Well, I don't think the it's a political comment, because Maureen and I actually were talking about this today, is that it's not fair to the commission, it's not fair to the staff, and it's not fair to the applicant. When we do have stuff, and we've had a lot of documents, not just about this particular application, but by others as well, that have all been coming in the 11th hour, and it's not
Right.
fair, because we honestly don't have the time to review it, and as a commission, we don't have the time to review it. So that's what we're struggling with, and we're going to speak. We also are in agreement that we need to set and be firm in our deadlines, and to let people know when they give us stuff last minute that it's not going to be considered at this point, because the commission is just moving forward with what it has. So we try to be kind to everyone, we try to be proactive, but then we don't want to be walked over as well or taken advantage of. So to the point, that is an excellent point. And yeah, it's a lot for us to assume the responsibility, because we're assuming it for other people. We're assuming
Okay.
that the mayor is going to get it done or whatever. But yes, Maureen.
If I may, deference to this applicant, I want to let everyone know that they did offer, if the town engineer had not been able to look at the new documents that came in yesterday, if he hadn't been able to look at it, they did offer to postpone on the public hearing, or I mean, on the meeting. I'm sorry, this is not a public hearing, on the meeting. But when I went and asked the town engineer, he was already just about done with his review and felt he would be giving a favorable review. So, so we discussed that because it would be a favorable review, he was going to issue it regardless, and we'd see how the commission responded. If you have further comments, that is, there's time. The commission is given 65 days to decide on an application, as well as extension time is allowed by statute and by executive order right now due to COVID. And therefore, if you're not comfortable with a decision, I ask you to, utilize the time allotted for any commission to make a decision. But this applicant did in particular offer up that time today.
And my intent was not to point fingers at anybody. I'm just talking about overall. I've been here only a short period of time, and this is just my observation that we're drinking out of a fire hose sometimes, and I don't see how we can do a really very good job trying to drink out of a fire hose. That's all.
I know.
Not faulting the town, not faulting we have a lot of stuff coming at us. There's some really big projects here. I'm not sure what the solution is, but we should at least at some point in time kind of talk it through a little bit and see how we could deal with it.
No, and that's an excellent idea. I had some questions, if I may, of the applicant. I want to, I was looking at the larger map that I have, and I was looking at the slope, and it is a concern of mine, and the retaining walls. And I started, I see where you have the top of the wall, the bottom of the wall, and the different elevations, and we've got a whole slew of wall height that runs anywhere from 7 feet to 18 feet at one point from top to bottom of wall. But a couple questions. The wall that is directly built at the top of the slope. If I were to buy one of these units and I walk out, how tall of a wall am I looking at? I mean, if I'm at, if I'm on I'm trying to figure out how to say it, but I'm at ground level, so to speak, as far as I'm concerned, my perspective. How far above that line will the wall extend? How far does it go up?
This is John.
Will I be looking at a 4-foot wall or a 5-foot wall? I mean, not taking into account what's below ground or what's on the slope, but as a person owning or renting this unit, when I walk outside, how tall will the wall be that I'm looking at? How much of the top of the wall am I going to see?
Yeah. Because this is my own.
Okay, but I can't hear the. Mr. Ryder Black, I'm sorry, we couldn't hear you. Whoop, whoop. Hang on.
It should be on your screen.
Oh, yes, and I think you're muted. Yes, okay, you unmuted, so,
How's that?
oh, that's much better.
Oh, good.
I'm terrible at reading lips.
For example, if you were walking on a unit, 156 or the next unit south of that,
Like 163,
I'm not sure. I'm trying to find, okay, 163. If you walked out of that unit or even 156 at the corner, because that's, I believe, the end of the wall, you will actually be above the wall. You will be looking out at air. You're gonna have a fence in front of you, and you will not see the face of the wall unless you walk up and look over the edge. So there's no wall in front of you, so to speak.
I'll just.
We're up in the air.
Okay, so I'll just be looking at fencing.
Yes, in air and trees behind it.
Okay, all righty. And then I see that the wall actually, stop at about unit 155, 154. That wall, it appears stops, but there's
Yes.
a wall just below that that seems to pick up at about
if you-
55, and then you have this special detention pond that's there.
Correct. The one unit 155 and 156 is the end of the wall. The wall runs south from there down
Okay.
Toward unit 163, and yes, going down along parallel with that sewer access road.
Okay,
Going north from unit 155, 156, it's slope all the way down with the fence at the top of it.
okay,
And that detention, that drainage system is below grade. So you'll be walking above it. You know, if you walk out to the edge of to the fence, you will be standing above, on top of that, you know, under, with the grade, you know, buried underneath you. And then the wall picks up again further north, kind of like off I guess that would be the east corner of unit 141, and then runs north, parallel to the property line.
okay.
Joe,
And the same thing in both cases, you will be looking above the wall. You walk to the fence, you'll be looking at air as opposed to a vertical faced wall.
Yeah, all right. I just look at some of the heights of this wall and I just wonder what it's gonna look like and how it's gonna hold, but then again, that's why we have engineers, I guess.
And it's going to be, it has to be designed by a structural engineer.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
so
Okay,
John, this is Commissioner Miller, but just to be clear, if I'm reading the diagram right, if I go back to like unit 156, I mean, the wall is a 15-foot wall though, right? At that point?
Yes,
So yeah, so I mean, the unit's at the upper level of it, but the wall does drop 15 feet.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
and is there a wall at the bottom of the slope as well?
The only wall at the bottom of the slope is up at the north end. That one I just described opposite 141, unit
Yeah.
141, that section. So there'll be slope above that one. And then that will meet, that bottom of that wall meets the natural ground where it is, as it is today.
Okay, but some of those walls will be 16 feet, 18 feet,
16,
18.
18, yes, 18 feet
Well,
at the,
yeah. All right, so the wall will be at the bottom and then the natural landscape is there. Undisturbed.
Correct, yes. And then the slope, like I said earlier, all that gray on the slope is that matting that Henry described earlier.
Yeah. Okay.
For,
Go.
yes,
I'm
Commissioner
sorry.
Rogan, for the wall at the bottom, how will you construct that without encroachment onto the town property below?
But that was one of the comments by the engineer, and what we did, we pulled that wall 10 feet off of the property line. And because it's natural grade that we're tying into, that's, they'll have to build that wall first. So it's not like they're going to be, dealing with a slope that's there. So it'll be easier to build that wall than I think the other walls further to the south, because they're dealing with the fine line, and we're proposing on staking that line, and they'll start at the north end and just back up for the base and then go up from there.
Okay. Is this all going to be any kind of decorative wall? Or do we know?
I have to be honest with you, I don't know if the owner has picked anything yet. Personally, we like, the Versalock and stuff, walls like that, but I'm not 100% sure what they might have, what he might have picked.
Not at 18 feet.
Yeah, well, that's, that's.
Yeah, you're not gonna use the regular landscaping wall at 18 feet. You need those big blocks underneath there that are, 8x4, whatever blocks of cement to hold that 18 foot up, and then you can face it with different block. Yes, you can face it.
Well, they could also, not just facing it, there's also, you could, for the big block, what is available from what I know, is you could do an acid wash on the block to add a bit of character to it.
Yeah.
That's an option,
Okay,
but that's a concern.
all right.
Keep in mind, this is John from LRC. That's all the town property to the east there. And I believe there's a trail you can walk on, if I'm not mistaken, along the Mattabasset, the old railroad track.
Yes, there is at the bottom of the hill this morning.
Okay. I just have one last question, if I may, Mr. Wagenblatt, and that's regarding the detention area or retention area along units 151 through to 154. You said that that's all going to be buried, so to speak, underground, so that if a person is standing there just looking out at the natural landscape, they're not going to know they're on top of this detention area. The pad leads off to, I guess, some modified riprap at the bottom. I'm looking at your slope, so I'm wondering, is that piping underneath? Is it gonna be like just a severe angle down? Is it gonna follow down through like 80 going down to 60? So you have like a 20-foot drop. And I'm wondering how much water is going to be coming through that pipe. And then if you have just a riprap outlet, sometimes when you get a lot of water going through a consolidated, just a small pipe or just a couple inches, or even if it's 6 inches, you can collect a lot of water there. And then at the bottom is where you have all your runoff, because it'll hit that riprap and it almost like rooster tails. Because it hits it so hard and it flies. And I'm just wondering if that's going to cause any kind of disturbance in that area at the bottom.
Well, this is John again from LRC, and Rich, I'm going to ask you to answer or respond to some of that as well. So start thinking. First of all, these chambers are some of the largest chambers, and I think they're about 48 inches tall, 4 feet. And if you look at the corner near unit 154, the most easterly portion of it, it's at
Okay.
about elevation 80, which is already 6 feet below the top of grade. So, and with 4 feet, the bottom of these chambers are going to be probably down about elevation 70, maybe 68, the bottom of it. Because one, you need to have cover, and they need to, and because we're building it into the slope and they need to be level, you really, what's going to be controlling the bottom of the depth of this is the lowest point where the slope is going to be the lowest point of the slope. So the outlet, and Rich, by chance,
Yes, this is Rich Reynolds, LRC Group. The chambers are 60 inches tall. They require 2 feet minimum of cover above them. So nominally, we're talking 7 feet below grade to the bottom of the system there. As you work your way down the slope, there's a manhole mid-portion of the slope. I'm trying to open up the drawing real quick.
Oh.
So there's a drainage manhole mid-portion of the slope. That drainage manhole has a drop in it so that the pipe coming out of it is lower than the pipe coming into it. So what it does is it reduces the energy of the flow within the pipe.
Okay.
Also, the modified riprap is designed length and width-wise and stone size for the amount of flow coming out of that pipe and to dissipate the energy of that water running through that pipe. So all of the outlet protection has been sized for energy dissipation of the stormwater flow discharging from the pipes.
Okay, terrific.
I hope that answers your question.
I think it does.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was just worried about once the pipe gets out to its destination, that you don't have erosion and make a mess beyond that property line.
Understood. And we kept that modified riprap outlet protection outside of the wetlands upland area. So we are sensitive to the existence of the existing wetlands on the property and off the property for that matter.
All right, terrific. Thank you. Yes, Maureen.
If I may, I think it ended up posted. I'm not sure today. As Commissioner Miller noted, with the information coming in on several applications, managing the information did become challenging. I just realized that I'm not sure the entire commission has been able to put their eyes on the report that Mike Ahern, the town engineer, issued today, and I'm wondering if I can either read it out loud to you or oh, look, Adam brought it up on the screen. So give me direction if you've seen it and are comfortable, or if you'd like it to read it now or to be read out loud. That's
I have it. I don't know, does all the other commissioners receive it?
It's dated March 18th, not the one dated March 12th, the one dated today. That followed up on the plan you received today in response to is March. It's the follow-up from the March 12th comments.
Okay,
So
okay.
did you get it? Do you know?
Did you receive it?
I did not.
Okay,
I did not either.
okay,
Would you like it read?
yeah.
I can read it.
Okay. And you have the 18th?
Yes, I have the.
Excellent.
We have the 18th and Brian's gonna read it into record.
So Fran did prepare it as to be read into the record for Brian. Thank you.
Town of Berlin Public Works Engineering Department, 240 Kensington Road, Berlin, Connecticut. From Michael Ahern, Public Works Director / Town Engineer. We have reviewed the technical information and revised drawings supplied by the applicant on March 17th, 2021 in response to our March 12th, 2021 comments. We take no exception to the information provided and offer the following for the Planning and Zoning Commission's consideration. 1, the applicant addressed our concerns regarding steep slopes and constructability in the northeastern portion of Phase 5 by regrading the slopes to height 1V, and by moving the proposed retaining wall 10 feet inside west of the property boundary. This was accomplished by increasing the wall height in certain sections. The applicant proposed addition of notes detailed and shading to the final construction drawings to identify how steep slopes will be treated is consistent with our previous comments. We have no objection to the subsequent preparation and submission of the requested retaining wall design report prior to construction. As the applicant notes, this will include the engineer's evaluation of proposed underground detention systems east of units 151 to 154. 4, the retaining wall design report should also evaluate the applicability of the following note at the bottom of the steep slope seating procedure on revised sheet DN6. Note, riprap generated on the site can be used in lieu of corrosion controlled blanket and seated at the developer's discretion. The option of using the riprap approach on slopes above the proposed retaining wall in the northeastern portion of the site appears to be questionable. Please let me know if you have any questions. James Horrible, Deputy Director of Public Works.
And this is Maureen again. I will follow up with that. Leads to the comments I made earlier that I followed up with Michael, as did the applicants, questioning whether that means they're okay with everything. And he commented, yes, construction drawings can take care of it. And that's the comment I made earlier without realizing that you didn't have the medium step in the middle, and I'm sorry for that.
No. Further questions by the commission?
Yes, this is Commissioner Zigmont.
Yes, Tim.
On that northern retaining wall that goes up to 18 feet. There's a note that says beginning of retaining wall construction. The distance between the beginning of the retaining wall and the face being 18 feet is not a long distance. So that wall needs to be sloped down gradually to the bottom level. If you look at the bottom retaining wall, the southern retaining wall, it has, well, probably at least 20, 30 feet to run 9 foot in height. So I think that wall needs to be extended out to slope that from 18 to 0, a little bit more distance. Because the ground is got to be sloped too.
This is John from LRC, John Wagenblatt. It's noted, and what we'll do is we will look at that and make that change or extend it down to accommodate that point. Thank you.
Yeah, it's from 0 to real high.
Yeah.
Anything else, Tim?
That's it.
Any other commissioners have concerns or questions? Anything more, Maureen?
Just that the staff comments were submitted when you got the report from the March 2nd hearing. I reiterate that the notes from the previous application, of which this is a modification to, be carried through into this, and noting that vigorous soil erosion controls be used to protect against the disturbance on the adjacent town open space. As noted, all the comments as noted on that report, and that Stabilization, as I would reiterate, the stabilization being during the growing season, as Tim had noted. I jotted that down while everyone was talking as concerns.
I'm going to ask one other question, and again, just going to these slopes and the severity of them. I know that we have that stabilization plan in, and you're going to be doing grass seeds, and it's going to be mixed with wildflowers, and it's going to be left to pretty much go natural. Are you planning on putting any trees in there at all? Anything to hold the bank?
Henry, this is John. Henry, do you want to touch that? I don't, no, we are not, because of the slope, and actually, I think I hear Henry. I'll let him answer that.
I'm sorry, I was distracted for a moment, so I
Okay.
was not paying attention to the question.
Well, basically what I was saying is that with the severity of the slope, I know that you're going to be doing the seeds and the wildflowers and all that mixed in. Are you going to be planting any trees, any deciduous trees there, or anything to help hold the slope?
Yeah, we were not, but the nature of that kind of a seed mix is that it's going to be nubby and woolly enough that it's going to attract a lot of native blown seeds and other things, and it will be accommodating to volunteers.
Yeah, so
but
of course it's going to be it'll just fix itself, so to speak.
It will succeed the biological version of succession. It will succeed over time. And the seed mix, just so you know, it'll vary from 18 inches to 4 or 5 feet, because some of the grasses are fairly good sized grasses. But again, they provide habitat. Those different grasses attract birds, which bring seeds.
Yeah.
So it will create itself over time to be shrubbier and woodier. But at this point in time, we are not applying any of that directly.
Okay. As far as the walls are concerned, how will they be maintained?
Do we have everything to,
will the walls be maintained? I mean, will they be, I mean, if you're going to be having all this natural stuff happening, I think it's wonderful, but if they start to have a problem with one of the walls, how will we know? Is somebody going to look at them, or they, every couple of years?
This is John from LRC.
Yes.
This is, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
I can hear you. Yes. No.
No, I'm hearing back feed, I guess, from somewhere.
If you're not speaking, can you please mute your computer or phone so that we can have a conversation with Mr. Wackla? Go ahead, please.
The type of construction of the wall, really, if it's damaged, that means there's going to be something major happen. These blocks are not small blocks. They're not like the blocks that you get at Home Depot. These are, substantial blocks that, require, material behind them, crushed stone behind them, to help keep them, stable. But in the case is, it's going to be, I think, just during general maintenance of that they do find something that it's not going to be a major. It will be a major undertaking if they have to replace any blocks, but usually it would be something from a catastrophic failure. If a truck drives into it or something like that. But the nature of these walls really don't lend toward when they're constructed properly, them falling apart, maybe, over decades and decades and decades of time is when there could be a problem.
Okay.
Providing they are constructed they are constructed correctly.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And also the fencing that's gonna be at the top, have we reconsidered instead of a chain link, can we go with something decorative like estate fencing?
Good point. Yes, good point. I do have a picture of a fence that is in another section of the development. And I'm looking. Can I share the screen?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Boy, you shared everybody. Hi, everyone.
Adam should be working that out for him to share as there you
Okay.
go.
Okay.
This is a fence that's at the top of a wall at the beginning of phase 3. When you drive into the complex or into the development, excuse me, and you come to the first stop sign and you go down the hill and you go by by that intersection that comes in from the right. This is the fence and the wall that's behind the first units of phase 3. And this is what we were proposing, what we would do.
Okay.
So, as you acknowledged earlier, there is a trailer that is public space, or open space to the public. And would you be willing to maybe do some plantings with trees or an ivy of some sort that would, kind of hide the wall a little bit, seeing as it is so big, to kind of keep the aesthetic of the open space?
Yeah, I think we're talking about the bottom of the wall.
Yes.
The bottom wall, right?
The bottom, yeah, the bottom of the wall. So if you were walking through the trails, you wouldn't just see this giant wall.
Oh, I see.
I mean, you still see it, but I'm trying to kind of hide it a little bit.
Break it up.
Yeah.
Well, that's one thought. Mine,
Okay.
you can take that into.
I'm looking. I think I'm gonna.
Yeah. Can I just go? Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I want to go back to that fence. The only thing that, I mean, I think this is a very nice fence. It almost looks like a split rail kind of a thing. But is that going to keep the neighborhood safe? I mean, from somebody pitching off of it? I mean, I'm not sure, with the slope that you have, is that gonna be safe enough?
That existing photograph that I had, if I can. Oh, I'm not sharing.
Yeah, I can pretty much remember what it's like, but I looked at it and I looked at that wall and I went, geez, I wonder if, somebody gets a little happy hour in them and, And I don't know if that's a concern to the commission.
This wall here, if I'm not mistaken, it's about 10 to 12 feet tall. As it is. And this is a detention, I think, was a detention basin or near a detention basin. I mean, we'll look at something else, but we were trying to keep in line with the character of the development, what's there now.
Yeah, stood.
So it's almost the same thing that we have going on here.
Yeah, but I think we just have, instead of just a drop off and into the trees, I mean, you're gonna have this slope that, somebody could take a tumble down. I mean, could you go maybe 3 rungs?
Yes.
At least maybe just put that extra rung in there.
Okay.
I don't know, I mean,
It'll probably, and that'll force the wall to, or excuse me, force the fence to be a little bit taller as well to get 3 rungs in there.
Mm-hmm.
that might be a good idea, though.
Okay.
I don't know, just, I mean, it's just one other thing. Okay, and I think that's it for me, but is there any other commission comments or any other questions of the commission for the applicant? Okay,
Okay, if I may.
yeah, Maureen?
If Mike was able to get home, he was going to try to hop on. He wasn't sure he'd be able to because he did have
Yeah.
other commitments tonight, but you might want to ask if he's on, because some of the callers, I can't tell who they
Okay.
are.
Michael Hearn, are you on for the town of Berlin? I don't think he made it. All right, thank you. Right now, I don't think he's here.
All right,
All
I
right.
just wanted to check in case he was waiting to
Yeah,
speak that
exactly.
he was.
Exactly. All right, and do you have something else, Brian?
No, but I'm ready to make a motion.
Oh, okay. Brian has a
Everybody-
motion to make a motion.
Yeah.
That's great. Thank you, Brian. Go ahead.
So I'll make a motion to approve the site plan amendment of Berlin Estates with staff and town comments. And I'm also going to ask that the applicant work with our town engineer to make sure that the slope is stabilized satisfactorily and within a proper time frame.
Okay.
Mr.
we have a
Wallman,
motion.
second.
Mr. Wallman has the second. Do we have further discussion from the commissioners? Oh, Diane?
Sorry, I was muted.
That's okay.
Just a question about, do you want to include something about the 3-rail fence?
Yeah, you probably wanna.
Yes, I will amend my motion to include that the fence be 3 rungs. So that's a bit safer.
Okay, and do we have Mr. Woolman to amend the second?
Amended second.
Thank you, Steve. So I guess we'll call for a vote on that.
Okay, George Miller,
Aye.
Diane Jorsey,
Aye.
Timothy Zignot,
He's
Tim
muted.
Zignot. You're muted. You're still muted.
Okay, no, I'm not. Yes,
I can see your pen.
Okay, I got that as an aye. Brian Rogan,
Aye.
Steve Woolman,
Aye.
Peter Zaragoza, Chairman Veely.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, and the motion moves. The ayes have it. Okay, terrific. Thank you. Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
patience. And.
Thank you.
make
Have a good
wonderful
night.
project. You too.
Night.
Sir. Thank you. Okay, moving on to public hearings. Yes, people want. Okay, we have public hearings.
Don't think I
Yeah.
do. Or
Oh, I'm
do.
sorry, it was in that envelope.
Hold on. All right.
All right, Town of Berlin Planning and Zoning Commission, notice of public hearings. The Berlin Planning and Zoning Commission will hold public hearings on Thursday, March 18th, 2021 at 7 PM by remote WebEx conference. The public will also be able to access and participate in the meeting via WebEx video conference and conference call or via telephone conference call as provided below. The following public hearings will be held at a time at which opportunity will be given to those who wish to be heard relative to the following application. Proposed amendment to Berlin zoning regulations of Timothy Sullivan Esquire for a new section 6G3EE gasoline filling stations. B, zone change request of BT 2008 LLC to change the zone at 404 Berlin Turnpike. Map block 10-2-83-12-7333 and map block 10-2-83-12-734 and map lot block 10-2-83-13A and map lot block 10-2-83-13C-7509 and map lot block 10-2-83-13C-7510 from Berlin Turnpike 1 zone to Berlin Turnpike Development Zone BT1. Opened January 21, 2/25/21, continue to 3/18 of 21. And then C, special permits / site plan applications of BT 2008 LLC for mixed use development at 404 Berlin Turnpike. Map lot block 10-2-83-12-7333 and map lot block 10-2-83-12-7334 and map lot block 10-2-83-13A and map lot block 10-2-83-13C-7509 and map lot block 10-2-83-13C-7510, opened 1/21/21, 2/25 of 21, continue to 3/18 of 21. Dated this 8th day of March 2021 at Berlin, Connecticut. Brian Rubin, Secretary, Planning and Zoning Commission.
Thank you, Brian. Okay. Oops. All right, so item A is proposed amendment to the Berlin zoning regulations for Timothy Sullivan Esquire for the new section of 6G3EE gasoline filling station. Attorney Sullivan, I believe that you are on the line with us on the Zoom call.
I am, thank you.
Okay, terrific. All right.
So can I add something?
Maureen wants to add something.
Before we begin, the applicant supplied us with some information to share at the meeting tonight, and it may be able to be brought up on the screen. Yep, there we go. I think he's going to share the content. So I wanted Tim to know that that had been received and was going to be able to be shared if he needed it.
Okay, terrific. All right, Tim, what do we have here?
Appreciate it. Thank you very much this evening. Before I get started, if I may, there's no audience, there was no audience of citizens on the agenda this evening. I just wanted to clarification.
Tim, we're having a problem hearing you. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden you just started getting a little bit garbled. So, okay, go ahead, please.
Am I okay now? Can you hear me okay?
I'm good.
Okay, I apologize.
No, don't worry.
I appreciate the opportunity tonight, but before I get started, if I may, I would just like audience of citizens on the agenda. And earlier in the agenda.
Excuse me, Mr. Sullivan. If you don't, every time you turn your head away from the screen, we lose you. So if you could just look at the screen when you're talking, that way we can hear what you're saying.
Sure.
Thank you.
The commission agenda, you modified it tonight and you moved commission business to the end of the agenda. And one of those items was the, what was listed as affordable housing moratorium was amended to be a multifamily housing moratorium agenda item. And it was my understanding with conversations with staff today that that would not be considered tonight. And because I was monitoring that, and because of the listing on the agenda as an affordable housing moratorium item, there was no presentation, there was no staff report on that. And in the email that I received from staff is that that would not be going forward tonight. So is that still the case, or will that be going forward tonight?
Well, when we moved it because we also want to talk about the plan of conservation and development and the moratorium, but this is only just informational at this point. I think we just wanted to open the discussion with the commission regarding the multifamily development consideration. But I do not believe that this commission will be making any kind of determination on either, things tonight. but it's more for our conversation, just to open the discussion.
Yeah, I believe the discussion was open at the last meeting, and then it was continued to this evening. But is there any submission made by staff at this time that will be reviewed tonight?
I'll let Maureen address that, not that I'm aware of.
This is Maureen. I have a very short statement to make and ask that the commission further table the item further. There's no proposed language. There's no moratorium that was part of that. There's no posting for it. No public hearing is being requested to be scheduled at this time. It's more of a update as to why there was nothing more on the agenda for this meeting, as was discussed that there might have been at the last meeting. The last meeting, we said we might be doing something at this meeting. My statement that I plan to make later, or make during that section of the meeting, is going to basically ask for a further continuance. It's at the pleasure of the commission to rearrange the agenda again, unless you want to discuss it twice, but the agenda was amended to put that at the end at this point, and I'm concerned with the moving it otherwise.
That's great. I don't want to move it. I just want to understand what was going to happen tonight.
There will be no action taken by the commission. It's just basically an informal opening of a discussion, but there's no decision to be made.
I understand that.
And it will be continued to the next, and this will be slated for the next meeting and maybe one behind it. This is the can that we're kicking down the road, so to speak. So if you can imagine, but it is a discussion that we do have to have.
I understand. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
No problem, Tim. All right.
Well,
Let's
good
talk
evening
about
again.
gasoline filling stations.
Talk about gas fueling stations. I appreciate that. And convenience stores.
Okay.
Good evening. Attorney Timothy Sullivan of the law firm Wisniewski and Sullivan. The law firm has been hired by a local developer, John Sinise, in regard to the development of property in town. It would be a significant development on contiguous properties along the Berlin Turnpike. The development would include a state-of-the-art car fueling station and convenience store, as well as other retail establishments. I am before the commission this evening to kick off the development effort. Specifically, we are seeking a text amendment to the Berlin zoning regulations, which is necessary to move forward with the project. The proposed amendment is for a new section, Roman numeral 6G3EE, for fueling stations in the BT1 zone only. The proposed text amendment addresses two current restrictions in the zoning regulations. The first is the 1,500-foot separation requirement between gas stations as codified in Roman numeral 11 R6. And the second is for the 2,000 square foot restriction of retail convenience merchandise filling stations pursuant to Roman numeral 11 R9D. It is my client's and my personal opinion as a 34-year resident of town that both regulations discourage economic growth and investment in the town. I will discuss this in more detail. However, I need to give a shout out to Berlin's Economic Development Director, Chris Edge, who has been working with my client and myself to bring the development to fruition. Mr. Edge, in fact, appeared at this commission's December 3rd, 2020 meeting in support of the abolishment of the 1,500-foot prohibition and submitted a letter dated November 3rd, 2020, which I have submitted today in support of that text change. That's part of the package that could be somewhere on the screen. I'm not a technology person. But somewhere in that package, that might have been it. I don't know.
then the March
There it
15th.
is. There it is. And I appreciate Mr. Edge's efforts, and my client does as well. Mr. Edge is a valuable town asset and just a good guy, to be honest with you. Now concerning the proposed text change. Let's start with the 1,500-foot prohibition. As Mr. Edge indicated in his November 30th letter, this stifles competition and takes away a large development tool for developers on the Berlin Turnpike. In fact, as Mr. Edge stated, gas stations today are much more than gas. They include convenience stores which offer fresh food and made-to-order foods. While the convenience store, or slang for the convenience store, or jargon for convenience stores in the industry, C-stores, but while the C-store will be addressed later in my presentation, it should be noted that convenience stores have actually evolved into what's referred to in the industry as small boxes, using the jargon or the comparison to the large box today, stores in today's commerce. But focusing on the 1,500-foot prohibition, I could not agree more with Mr. Edge that this regulation stifles competition and is an impediment to economic growth on the Berlin Turnpike. While such a restriction may have served a town-wide purpose of not wanting gas stations to proliferate, perhaps in downtown Berlin, it serves no purpose today. It is a blanket exclusion town-wide, and it's the proverbial throwing the baby out with the bathwater. As I stated, it serves no purpose on the Berlin Turnpike except to stifle competition, which is not an appropriate consideration in the adoption of zoning regulations pursuant to Connecticut General Statute Section 8-2 and 8-3. Government is not in the business of choosing winners and losers in the marketplace. Government is not in the business of protecting a business enterprise from competition. No authority in the statutes, there is no authority in the statutes to add restrictions or barriers to deliberately be anti-competitive. In drafting the proposed text change, care was taken to specifically limit the elimination of the 1,500-foot prohibition only to the Berlin Turnpike, and more specifically to properties in the BT1 zone. As a model for the proposed text amendment, I used the recent zone change for the Commercial Core District 2 zone, which is section Roman numeral 6I, 3I, which is sometimes referred to in the community as the Stop and Shop big box exception to the 1,500-foot prohibition. As in the CCD2 exception, the proposal tonight is to within the BT1 regulations. That is where the proposal would be inserted under new section 6. Section Roman numeral 6 is the BT1 zone, new section 6G3EE. As the proposed text change indicates, any site-specific proposal would require special permit and site plan approval. It would also be limited to sites greater than 2 acres in size. Identical to the CCD2 exception to the 1,500-foot prohibition, section numeral 11R would not apply. The requirements of Roman 3.
Time. All right, hang on.
Yeah, there's a lot of I's, there's a lot of Roman numerals.
All right, Tim, we lost you. We lost you there. I lost what you were saying.
I can repeat myself.
No. Well, yeah, well,
He probably should, if that's just that last,
yeah, that
like,
last
paragraph almost.
paragraph, perhaps.
As the
You talked
proposed,
about, Yeah, you talked about the 2+ acres required, you talked about a special permit, and after that, that's when we started to lose you.
Yeah, the 2+ acres is the asterisk in the proposal. Because at the end of the CCD section on this, there is an asterisk that says anything that's asterisk is limited to any parcels of land that are 2 acres or more in size. And so this proposal would be limited to.
Oh, I just lost you again. Hold on. This proposal would be limited to,
Parcels in excess of 2 acres plus.
Tim, your audio is cutting in and out. I mean, lips are moving, no voice is coming out half the time. Not half the time, but a lot.
I apologize. I'm not an IT guy. I don't know why.
no, neither do we, so I'm sorry. So the proposals would be limited to, that's where I dropped it. What? I'm still listening. Now I'm lost you again.
Can you hear me now?
Oh,
Can-
shoot.
Can
Hang on.
he this is Maureen speaking. Tim, is it possible to call and you leave your video on, but use the telephone to speak? I'm trying to find
Hold on, we'll find
the
the
number off the right, easy for you.
We'll find the phone number.
Is that okay? Do you want me to read it to you? Can't hear you.
Or if he has earbuds could work also.
Or earbuds may work.
Oh, Adam just put the phone number up on the screen.
There you go.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay now?
Times like this, I hate technology. I don't care what anyone says.
Access, it's asking for some additional number.
Can't hear you, Tim.
Attendee ID.
Meeting ID.
Should be the meeting number
I've already plugged that in.
or the password 792-84700.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Can you?
Tell him you can hear.
Yeah, I can hear you. No, I can't. Someone,
It's,
Can you hear me okay? Hello?
You're still fading, Tim.
Yeah. Let me see if I can make an adjustment.
I'm trying to get hints from more tech savvy.
more tech savvy, Adam.
Trying to get my tech guy. This is unbelievable.
we want to take a 10-minute break while he figures it out.
Hoping to do it right now.
Take a 5-minute recess or something.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do a recess or,
My other concern would be that we're gonna lose our consultant for the next,
I can't get, I'm having trouble here. Hold on a second, Rob, okay?
in 20 minutes.
Can you guys hear me now?
He may be.
I can hear you, yes. I think the trouble is you keep breaking in and out, and we don't want to lose your testimony.
Well, I think I'm okay now.
Okay,
Okay?
all right. Okay,
Sure.
let's continue to try this. Tim thinks he has it figured out. Attorney Sullivan. Okay, please continue. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Attorney Sullivan.
Terrible echo.
How's that?
Yeah, Tim's good.
That's better.
Yes.
Whatever reason, I've abandoned my HP laptop and resorted to my Apple iPad, and you can hear me on my Apple iPad. Don't know why.
That's okay. Let's continue with the apple.
I appreciate it.
All right, go ahead.
So, anyways, I'll start the last paragraph. As the proposed text change indicates, any site-specific proposal would require special permit and site plan approval. It would also be limited to sites greater than 2 acres in size. Identical to the CCD2 exception to the 1,500-foot prohibition, while section Roman numeral 11R would not apply, the requirements of Roman numeral 6I, 3II through Roman numeral 16 have been incorporated into the proposal. These are the exact same conditions that are in the CCD2 exception to the 1,500-foot prohibition exception. As I indicated earlier, one of the reasons the CCD2 approach was adopted to address the 1,500-foot prohibition is that the CCD2 exception references a 60,000 square foot building, a big box, and this small box convenience store exception of 5,000 square feet to the 1,500-foot prohibition applies the same school of thought.
Finally, it's important to emphasize that neither the town of Newington, the town of Weathersfield, the town of Southington, or any towns in the area have a broad-based 1,500-foot prohibition spacing for gas fueling stations. This type of prohibition is a vestige of a bygone era and should be abandoned. There are other ways to control gas stations, whether it be targeting specific zones where they're not permitted, and that would be appropriate because you would be serving to protect the character of the area, and that character be maintained, and not being not stifling competition. As far as the convenience store and accessory use portion of this proposed zone change, this is the driving force of the proposed text change. And that's apparent since it takes up most of the narrative I filed with the proposed text change. By characterizing the convenience store portion as the driving force, I in no way want to diminish its nexus with the 1,500-foot issue. Both are dependent on each other. While I will address staff comments shortly, I do need to address one comment now. The last staff comment raises the question whether an associated retail building with a gas filling station can be another primary use. The short answer is no. Without gas pumps, the question goes away. It is not two separate things. They do not function independently. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of the restriction recited in Berlin zoning regulation 11R12CII? Roman numeral 11R is titled automotive services. So they are independent. They are not independent of each other, but wholly dependent, as is apparent in the staff comments when it refers to the associated retail building. Let's talk about convenience stores. In support of the text change, I submitted a number of pictures and articles in support of the change. These exhibits demonstrate how the C-store or convenience store model has changed and will continue to evolve. I'm gonna ask if we can maybe just scroll through some of these pictures as I talk. C-stores, this model has changed and it will continue to evolve, especially due to the demands of the marketplace. C-stores now offer touchscreen ordering, in-store seating, waiting areas, open kitchen design, and pet relief areas, among other things. Store sizes now require at least 4,500 square feet. In the exhibits, you will see specific store names such as Wawa and All Town Fresh. These are not submitted to imply that these are the possible stores being considered by my client, but only to provide a flavor or references to C-store leaders in the evolving C-store small box industry. In the pictures, you'll see outdoor dining, electric charging stations, and other amenities demanded by the marketplace. All of these amenities and services are demanded by the public. The COVID-19 pandemic alone has increased the need for proper spacing within the store, drive-through alternatives, and touchscreen ordering. Electric charging stations will require appropriate spacing from gas filling pumps. One of the articles notes that it will take 15 minutes to electrically recharge at the least. This is with the best electrical recharging facilities today. And during this 15 minutes, it will require a waiting area. The era of your grandmother's 1,200-foot C-store is rapidly becoming extinct. And just to go over a few of these articles, Let me just grab this. There's an article which is entitled Record U.S. Convenience Store Food Merchandise. This will give you an indication that store sizes of 4,600 square feet is right now the least size that you can get away with on your new store developments. And all the amenities that I previously spoke to and as the pictures depict are listed in this article. There's also a 2020 was the year of the convenience store. This gives some of the references in that will be, you can see for yourself, the idea is to give consumers an immersive experience, provide seating areas. It states that even at the fastest EV charging points, it takes at least 15 minutes. And it's going to make the site destination, it's going to make your site the destination of choice for EV charging. There's an article from 2002 about a Wawa store of 7,400 square feet, talking about, customer comfort and other things. And just to read briefly from that, that was in Mays Landing, New Jersey. Getting back to not your grandmother's store, it says another trend that Wawa is tapping is the reemergence of neighborhood markets. In essence, large C-stores acting as grocery stores. Grandma is not going to walk through a 100,000 square foot building to buy the little bit of food that she gets. So C-stores are now increasing to 7,000, 7,500, even 10,000 square feet in size. And they're designed to provide customers with wide aisles, lower gondolas, clear visibility, an easy, pleasant, and efficient shopping experience. Clearly, this type of store would be appropriate to service the housing market that has flourished along the Turnpike in recent years, whether it be the Orchard Ridge project on Webster Street, Stonebridge, Sage Pond Place, the Regency, Silver Ridge, Fieldstone Crossing, the number of housing developments. The proposed tech change is also supported by the Plan of Conservation and Development and the Berlin Turnpike building guidelines. The objectives portion of the Berlin Turnpike guidelines states that there should be an effort to create an aesthetically pleasing appearance along the Berlin Turnpike to enhance this area as a portion of the growing regional commercial corridor. The fundamental design principles encourages the development of positive attributes of the corridor through architectural style, materials, colors, and site amenities. The standards recommended in the building section of these guidelines includes various items that can be more easily accomplished with structures of larger scale, which showcase the various elements that are encouraged. Restricting building square footage does not encourage the fulfillment of the guidelines, as it encourages and results in a minimalistic approach to investing in and development of these destinations along this essential corridor. The Plan of Conservation and Development, a review of the Plan of Conservation and Development shows that it encourages discretion in the commission to accommodate economic growth enterprises and facilities to enhance development potential. The POCD specifically recognizes that retail development is spreading south on the Berlin Turnpike and that the town has an enhanced opportunity to capture new retail development, particularly near the Deming Road intersection. The POCD also recognizes the importance of exterior finish to buildings. And as the pictures indicated, it's a the convenience stores have evolved into an extremely attractive building with all the amenities and outdoor dining. Regarding staff comments, first of all, the staff comments talks about the, let me get number one out. Staff comment number one talks about the 5,000 square foot design. I just wanted to emphasize that 5,000 square foot design isn't carved in stone in this proposal. If the commission saw fit to a 4,000 square foot minimum, that would be fine. We just believe that the scale of development needs to be of a larger size to attract the development funds necessary to have the type of building guidelines achieved that's required under the Berlin Turnpike building guidelines. There's a map of existing gas stations. I think many of those existing gas stations, if not obsolete yet, will be obsolete soon because of the size of the convenience store. And as I stated earlier, the regulations are not designed to stifle competition. I will correct myself under staff comment number 3, which inadvertently referenced CCD2. That should have been BT1. The applicant should, and I'm confirming that now. That was we're proposing adoption of those CCD2 regulations to be incorporated in this BT1 gas station proposal. They would be identical to the regulations imposed by the CCD2 on the gas station when it removed the gas station 1,500 foot prohibition in the CCD2 zone. We have no problem adopting staff comment number 4, adding a restriction by the state along the state highway. And as for staff comment number 5, there is a current regulation in place that requires 1 parking spot for every 250 feet of gross floor area. We have no problem with that. Just to indicate why we had the reference that supply parking to demonstrate sufficient parking to the commission. That again is identical to the proposed to the CCD2 language adopted by the commission. So the commission did not adopt the 1 parking spot for every 250 feet of gross floor area when it changed when it rejected the 1,500 foot prohibition in the CCD2 zone. And so we just adopted the same language. We propose adoption of the same language, but we can live with the 1 to 250 of gross floor area. But I was just trying to track the exact same language that this commission adopted in the CCD2 removal of the 1,500 foot prohibition. And once again, the last comment was there's an issue, I guess, or a perceived issue as to whether a convenience store can be a primary use and then not subject to the 2,000 square foot restriction. And the short answer is no, as I stated earlier, because it's interdependent. It's in gas fueling stations, you can only, right now under the regulations, you can only have a convenience store, sell convenience store items in a 2,000 square foot area. So that's the proposal. Briefly, in conclusion, well, I apologize with the change in going to the iPad and different things got mixed up, but
No problem.
in conclusion, the existing limits on the placement and square footage of gasolines with convenience stores are an impairment to attracting investment in properties located on a state highway with a right-of-way ranging to over 150 feet with average highway speeds in excess of 60 miles per hour. The proposed convenience retail store footage provides an appropriate scale for this corridor and provides opportunity to design sites with consideration given to the Berlin Turnpike design guidelines that were adopted by the commission in 2009. The study notes that this corridor is a regional shopping destination and that Berlin is intent on attracting development that respects, reflects, and enhances a positive image. And for that reason, I would respectfully ask the commission to adopt this proposed text change. Once
Thank
again, I
you.
apologize for the technical difficulties. I have no idea why my laptop stopped working.
No,
Or
but
at
I'm
least-
so glad that your iPad is right up to snuff. So that was great because we were able to hear you clearly and succinctly and follow the whole presentation. Just for my own benefit and the benefit of some of the other commissioners, because I will apologize, I do not have my big map here. But I would ask Maureen Juicy, the town planner, when we talk about the BT zones, I know that we have BT 1 and 2. And I just was, I know they're all along the Berlin Turnpike, but I just want her to refresh which zone we're talking about, where the BT 1 starts and where it finishes, so that all the commissioners know what area of the Berlin Turnpike we are talking about. Can you do that for me, Maureen?
Sure. So one of the things I was trying to show with the maps that were included with the package was where we have gas stations, and I would have liked to have been able to put them together on one map. That wasn't going to be feasible in the timeline that we were working on at a 2-week interval between meetings and the breadth of the meetings we're having right now. But that was the attempt there. The Berlin Turnpike has several zones along it, including the BT1, and the PI zone touches it. There's some limited residential that runs along the Berlin Turnpike, as well as a section of CCD1, the BTD zones that, or the zone that was already approved that has PSB as an underlying zone, and the proposed hearing coming up has BT1 as the underlying zone. BT1 also extends into Woodlawn Road, just past the intersection with Webster Square Road, but then stops and turns into industrial zoning. So there's quite a number of zones on the Berlin Turnpike. If you go south of Route 9, BT2, I believe, is the underlying zone with SPDD2 overlay on it, or the SPD2 zone, overlay in that area. So there's a number of zones. If you were to look at one of the printed maps that some of you have, I do want to point out that the PSB zone at the north end of the Turnpike, where the Orsini project, mixed use project, BTD project has been rezoned since the map was printed and distributed. There are, I think, 4 zoning map amendments that have otherwise been distributed to you, but they're not on the new print or on this print, as well as the area just to the south of Orchard Road, where it was the Bennerup property. There was discussion back and forth on rezoning it, not rezoning it. Ultimately, that is a BT1 zone as well. And I think those are the ones that impact the Berlin Turnpike.
Okay, thank you, Maureen.
And Adam has brought up the zoning map, although as we scroll through it on the screen, that makes it difficult for you to see. I do want to additionally note with regard to the maps provided, that what I did after we had made the maps, I had been trying to get hold of the assessor's office to see what they had listed as gasoline buildings. You know, their coding does not always align with zoning, so it doesn't mean it's an active gas station. There are 2 other sites on the Turnpike, where Lakeview Auto is, that they have listed as a gasoline site. I believe it had gas pumps at one time. If you look at their old picture card, the old picture on their older card, it does, assessor's card, as well as the 4th corner of Deming Road. You have CVS on one corner, and you have the rebuilt 301 Berlin Turnpike gas station, and then the southwest corner where Action Auto, oh, I'm not sure the name of it, but it also is listed as a gas site. Again, my hope was to show circles for 1,500 feet all the way down the Berlin Turnpike, so you could see whether there's really any difference or not. And I do want to point out that that was the intent of my staff report, only to point out what is changing between the applications, not to be, other than I think the one where I corrected the typographical error, it's more, okay, the commission being able to see almost word for word, what are you changing? I would like to also note that, and I totally understand from the staff standpoint, utilizing this text amendment, mirroring the CCD 2 text amendment, which allows for that larger building size. But it may prompt, if the commission is favorable to this, it may prompt the further discussion to whether the auto use regulations that have the 1,500 feet in them should be reconsidered. And as another note, we did distribute that same letter from Chris Edge to the Zoning Board of Appeals. They have not taken it up as a discussion item since it was distributed. But it could be, you know, depending on how this meeting goes, it can be added to their agenda for next week if this public hearing stays open.
Yeah.
If this public hearing is closed and, you know, that's not something you're looking for, that's another option that is out there as well. They are, and that information is in your packet too, especially for anyone who's newer on the commission. You may not be aware that location approvals are by state mandate, get approved by the Zoning Board of Appeals. Of course, the site plan, any new sites, any changes to sites, et cetera, those all go through the Planning and Zoning Commission for site plan approval, and in most zones, special permit approval for auto uses as well. But the kind of checklist of the auto use criteria is something the Zoning Board of Appeals looks at in order to authorize sign off on the state license, and that's by statute. I just don't know if everyone knows the process. It changed a couple of times. There was a time period where they put that to the commission, then they put it back to ZBA, then they've switched it. The statute now says ZBA gives the actual location approval.
Oh, okay. All right, perfect. Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions?
Joan, this is Commissioner Millard. I'm still
Yes.
trying to wrap my head around what the problem is per se, or you know, if I looked at where they were showing the BT1 zones, I guess I'm trying to assume to some degree that the 1,500 square foot was put in place for a reason back at the time. One I would hope to think was that these establishments that came in were successful, you know, so it was trying to keep competition reasonable, because there's a lot of investment. I guess, like, you know, how many Wawas do we need per linear mile along the Berlin Turnpike? I mean, the way it's structured at 1,500 square feet, it allows 3 Wawas per linear mile. You know, how many, you know, I'm thinking of the scenarios like, where, you know, we got a CVS and a Walgreens on every corner, and a Rite Aid would move in, or whatever, you know, Wawa every corner. Do we need I'm trying to understand what the real hardship is here, other than is it a fact that maybe this particular guy wants to come in where he's restricted because of that 1,500 foot limitation in terms of the site you want to build on, Tim? I just don't understand why this is a real hardship.
Well, I'm not going to.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to address. Is somebody else talking?
No, I was saying, go ahead, Tim.
I'm not going to address hardship. hardship's not a consideration. At this point, the comments about trying to protect businesses, existing businesses, or trying to restrict competition is not an appropriate consideration of this commission. The marketplace should decide which businesses survive, which businesses flourish. In this particular instance, yes, he does have a specific property in mind. While it's not really appropriate at this time to just discuss site-specific proposals, we're talking about the old industrial supply property on the corner of Deming Road, which is right now he owns three contiguous properties, which are right now about 12 acres in size. This is an entirely appropriate place for a new age convenience store with gas fueling and electric fueling stations, close to new housing in the area. And the idea that you can't have, gas stations within 1,500 feet of each other is just anti-competitive. There's no other reason for it. There are many older stations that perhaps can be even described as eyesores. I think the town should be looking to promote investment into structures that are at least defined in the Plan of Conservation and Development and the Berlin guidelines as entirely appropriate in town and wanted in town to enhance the Berlin Turnpike. And this would certainly, as the pictures indicate, these new age convenience stores of larger scale, 5,000 to 6,000 square feet with outdoor seating and open kitchen design. That's where convenience stores are going. I don't think the 1,500-foot prohibition is appropriate to deny competition in any town, let alone the town of Berlin.
But I guess on the other side of the equation, I would make somewhat of an argument that somebody comes in, makes an investment, zoning regulations are enforced, they know what they're getting into, and then we pull the rug out from under them where they made a sizable investment in something, and now we come along and change the rules, and basically they can no longer compete. So I kind of disagree with you a little bit that we don't have to at least take that into consideration to some degree. May not be fundamentally our purview, but we've got to have some sensitivity to what the rules were when people come in and make major investments in our town.
Tim, I'd like to jump in for a second. Ken Labby, I work with Tim Sullivan. I work with John Sinise directly and been working on this property for 4 years. And just some observations that some people may not know. We've got the opportunity of having worked directly on the site. And it's got some unique characteristics, not just in terms of the property itself, but for the entire district of the Berlin Turnpike going down to Route 9. What we discovered is this property's been on and off the market for 20 years. The last 10 years it's been under contract twice by 2 developers. And both those developers put the property under contract to pursue shopping center development, to find out that the property slope was so extreme that the cost of filling dirt and working the site, combined with the usable acreage, limited the redevelopment potential of the property for large users. There were a number of grocers that actually looked at this site and wanted to land on it, but there wasn't enough usable land. The primary point that I think is important here is that the Berlin Turnpike has a very unique characteristic to it. It's a median divided highway with very few median breaks that allow for commercial development. At this point, this is a fully signalized intersection with turning lanes. The next signalized intersection of substance is quite a distance down south of this property on the Berlin Turnpike. And so what's happened to this property is that because it can't really support big box development, and it really is focused its energy on the corner. Its value much relies on the signalized corner and the development of that property for gas convenience, or other uses that would maximize proximity to the signal. The other thing that we did, that Tim may not even know about, is we completely opened the door to the gas station owner across the street in a variety of scenarios to invest with us, buy part of the property, cooperate. We did everything we can to provide a window of opportunity for him. And those offers are probably still valid today. But what's important to the town of Berlin, starting in this location, in my opinion, is this property sets the tone for the next mile or two of retail development going south on the Berlin Turnpike. If you drive from Newington down the ski slope to come down to the bottom of this hill, the development almost stops right here. And there's a reason for it. Part of it is that, the planning, the physicality of the properties is part of the issue. But also, you've reached the end of what I call the waterfall of retail on the Berlin Turnpike. And if you want to continue retail further, another mile, it's incredibly important to get this property right. Because it will set the tone for the next half mile to mile. So I just wanted to offer some thoughts that are actually property specific. And a lot of this is feedback that we get from the market, from people who are actively investing and wanting to invest in this property. They're entirely focused on the corner. It makes our challenge in developing the rest of the property properly to get the corner right, because it sets the tone not just for the district, but for the entire project.
Okay, but as the charge is and what the application is for a text amendment that will affect the entire zone. So we can't look at a specific site. Thank you for speaking, Mr. Flavel, but we have to consider why we should make a change why should we do a text amendment that will impact this zone? And how did we arrive at this place? I mean, going back to a little bit of a history, and I don't know if Tim Zigmont, you were on the commission at the time, I think with me, back in the day, is that there was a consideration when this amendment was made, that at the time, I think there was a concern that Berlin was turning into the used car lot of of Connecticut. In other words, everywhere on the Berlin Turnpike, everybody had a used car lot. And so with that mindset, we were trying to bring in other businesses and revitalize the Berlin Turnpike. Now, obviously, it's, fast forward 20 odd years or whatever, but that was one of the reasons why that was put into play in the first place, is that we were trying to hopefully guide the Berlin Turnpike into multi-uses and not just be known as the little motel or the little hotels that we had on the Berlin Turnpike, or we were the used car lot, and then we didn't want to be the gas station place. So that was the reason behind that. Now, Attorney Sullivan, you make a point. You say, hey, listen, this is 2021, and we shouldn't be in that mindset. But we also have to step back and realize we're not talking about a specific site. We have to consider the entire turnpike. And I mean, this plan of conservation development revisitation could come at a better time. I mean, I realize that we're looking at a text amendment. I want to remind the commission that we're going to stay on point. Also that we are in a public hearing. So I want to acknowledge that people from the public may want to be able to chime in on this application. So I saw hands up, I guess, Mr. Bajorski, I recognize you first, and then there was somebody else had their hand up. I know Mr. Chris Edge had his hand up, and then there was one other hand I saw. Who else? Was that
Me.
Mr. David?
Me.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
Tim.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, because the faces keep changing around here, so people are popping in and out over here, so. All right, so let's go in that order to begin with. and then we'll pick up on some others. Okay, so where are we starting? We're starting.
Madam Chairwoman, Joseph Bajorski, 80 Butternut Lane. I'm speaking in support of this proposal. As you stated accurately, I think the concerns of 20 years ago have probably morphed in the subsequent years. You look at the Berlin Turnpike, and there's a variety of properties on that turnpike that aren't being developed because the zoning code does not take into account the changes in the retail sector, the changes in the automotive service gas station / sector, and what's coming down the pike with electric vehicles and the requirements to service those vehicles. The old service stations where everybody had a garage attached to fuel pumps is pretty much gone. That business model, I think, has sailed, and now you're going to start seeing proposals similar to what is being talked about tonight. I think, when it comes to the Berlin Turnpike, there's a reason why Newington's development stops at the Newington line and Berlin morphs into these open fields and underutilized spaces. I think if we updated the Berlin Turnpike zoning code to kind of reflect what's happening in terms of the retail sector and in terms of the automotive transportation sectors, I think we'd be in a much better position from an economic development standpoint. So that's my 2 cents. I support this proposal by Mr. Sullivan and his client, and I urge the commission to act appropriately on it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bajorski. And then up next we had Chris Edge.
This is Maureen speaking. We're getting someone's background radio or some kind of speaking. If you're not speaking, if you could mute, that would be great. For recording purposes and everyone hearing. Thank you.
All right,
I'm sorry, Chair.
all right, no problem. Chris Edge is up next.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm also speaking on this. I believe this text amendment will do a few things to town of Berlin. The first is to match up the zoning language with our current economy. The second is, and I'm going to repeat something that Tim said. I didn't mean to, but I'd written it before he even said it, Attorney Sullivan. A gas station is no longer just that. It's a multifaceted facility for gas, electric power, food, and to some degree, groceries. If you have the distance portion in the regs, it is no longer meets what the marketplace desires. This text amendment has the potential to bring about the redevelopment of between 3 and 4 properties on the Berlin Turnpike. Not necessarily taking vacant green land, but you're talking about redevelopment, properties that either are underutilized or not utilized. I think this makes a lot of sense because the fact of the matter is this also can bring about larger developments on a property. If you look at the one that was mentioned, even though it's not site specific, there is a large parcel there. A lot of development can happen. There are other properties as well. I feel the same way that if this can be brought forward, if we do have a good development, in addition, we will get more taxable, more jobs, and it'll be a nicer, cleaner look on the Turnpike. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And then we had Mr. Ziegler.
Yes, being on the commission years ago with Joan, purpose of the 1,500 feet was when we looked down south of Berlin, we went into the Meriden area, and every other lot in the Meriden area on the southbound side was small gas stations. Okay, and we looked at the land on Berlin Turnpike. The land on the Turnpike is not deep land. It's the depth of the lands are not really deep. Some parcels, like the one that they talked about, is pretty deep, but most of them were not deep. That was attracting smaller gas stations because there was single lots that could be developed. The purpose of the 1,500 feet is try to get people to consolidate lots, 2 or 3 lots together in order to get a bigger development, which is the reason. Now, with the BT zone, that is restricting the areas that this can go, and that BT zone will be basically consolidating these lots. That's the purpose of it, because it's a bigger developments. And I think that's a plus to the town of doing what the original was, not to have all these little small lots built up with gas stations, to consolidate the lots and get bigger development. We have that opportunity now with this type of proposal with the BT zone. So, overall, I could see some spots that it wouldn't, in that BT zone, that wouldn't work. But I see some that will combine and make better opportunities. I've seen these convenience stores, many grocery stores, in many of the southern states. And they are true that people are using them instead of the big box stores. I think it's a good opportunity for the town to do that. I don't know how we would control that there's not a gas station on top of a gas station, and we have 15 of them going down the Turnpike. That's why the separation of the 1,500 feet was.
Yeah.
But maybe it's the lot size, minimum lot 2 acres, minimum lot 4 acres. Whatever the lot size is the way we can consolidate those lands and make a better project.
Yeah, well, that might be a way to revisit. Somebody else had their hand up to speak. Is there anyone else who wishes to
Commissioner
address?
Woolman, Joan?
Yes, Steve, go
If I
ahead.
might, if I go? Thank you. Yeah, I kind of agree with Attorney Sullivan on this. It's not our position here to prevent competition by zoning, in my opinion, and I think we need to get into the 2021 year to act appropriately. You deal with your competition and you dig harder, fight harder, but I don't think it's part of the commission's job to determine who goes where and if whoever comes out winning. So I'm kind of in favor of the text amendment.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who wants to talk or address the commission?
Commissioner Zaragoza.
Yes.
I just
clear.
want to note that it's important to recognize, where we're going in the future, and this. I support this amendment to begin with, but I'd like to say that as we evolve into electrical vehicles and these gas stations, these are going to be far different from normal gas stations, and ironically, this amendment may not even be relevant in 10 years. But the point is that these storefronts and the box stores we might be planning for, when people are pulling over to charge up these cars, the fastest model that can charge, as pointed out by Tim Sullivan, is 15 minutes, and that is, I would argue, a rarity. So you're going to have a high demand for storefronts and activities or whatever for people to fill their car. I think we associate with stopping at a gas station as a 2-minute job. You pump it, you leave. But with electrical vehicles, the consumer is going to be there for 15, 30 minutes. So, in a way, allowing this and allowing this kind of development may bring positive economic benefit to the area and to the Turnpike, and may give us an opportunity to kind of take a step forward.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I will point out that Tim Zigmont did have an interesting point that he made, and that was that, looking at because we're basically looking at the 1,500 foot ruling. And maybe if you abandon that but go with the minimum lot size, I mean, I don't know if that's something that we want to consider doing, but it's definitely something we'll have to look at for the plan of conservation and development for consideration. But all right, anyone else from the public who wishes to address the commission regarding this specific application? Then circling back for the commissioners. Wait a minute, Chris Ash, did you want to say something? I saw you lit up on the board, but I guess, okay. All right.
Mr. Calby is here.
Mr.
I'm not sure I caught his name.
Clabby?
Ken Labby.
Ken Labby, okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
I just just a couple supplemental comments in support of Tim. The stations that are being designed now are actually designed to go post, we're in a period of peak oil, and eventually gasoline is going to run out. That's why you're seeing this transition to electric. These properties, they spend a lot of money designing the property to basically self-sustaining without fuel. As a rest, they serve hot foods, locally sourced organic foods, fruits and vegetables. They're trying to basically provide a small scale grocery store and something that will be around for decades. And that's one of the interesting things about this is these properties are built to last, and they're building with built with future technology in mind, knowing that oil and gas is going to become effectively obsolete. And the other thing too is that their service offerings are becoming wider, and with a lot of electronic media, very accessible. So it's really a new trend. I mean, I did a lot of reading, trying to support Tim's argument, and shared information with him. Learned a bunch, and this type of station and facility is really not a station. It's really a grocery, restaurant, fueling and charging facility. Is meant to be here for decades, and this will be one of the first of this kind built in Berlin. So I support it, obviously.
Okay, thank you. And commissioners, circling on back. Any more questions for the applicant or concerns? Do we have enough information? Maureen, is there anything from any other information from staff regarding the text amendment proposal?
I think I wanted to talk about one of my other notes. I'm looking for my note that, just to make sure I clarified something.
Okay, well,
Give me 1 second.
Let me ask a question if I may. These charging stations, how long does it take to charge a car, and then how many miles does a car go on a charge?
That's important every day.
Yeah, that's a tough question. The fastest charging station now is 15 minutes, and that's a rarity. As Commissioner Zarabozo indicated, you're looking at upwards to 20, 25 minutes, even a half an hour sometimes. And as everybody realized, I mean, even I think Ford came out with yesterday that the F-150 they're going to an electric vehicle. People are abandoning fossil fuels, and that trend is just going to continue. So the fueling station, as a better characterization of gas, or rather of cars, fueling stations for cars, it's going to happen in a much longer period of time, and you're going to have to plan to really do some shopping, and you're going to see these fueling stations in a mixed retail use environment, so that as your car fuels, you will do other things, including shopping, and possibly eating, and other types of. But yeah, you're looking at 25 minutes anyways to charge a car.
Right. Yeah. All right. So
the electric. Excuse me. The electric part of it, I think, what Tim's saying about that's the future. That is true. I drove a 45-foot electric tour bus the other day. Okay, that will be on the road running 700 miles before it needs a charge. And Ford, like Tim said, with the F-150, they're looking to be out of the gas business by 2035. That's not that far along, and you're right. We got to do the changes to the time.
All right. Well, just circling back though, and I didn't mean to go off topic with, how long does it take a car to charge? But we still have to consider the proposal overall. And we pretty much have to look and see if we want to amend the regulation. Maureen, did you find what you needed to find?
Yeah, I wanted to, I guess, bring up and, I guess concur with, Tim, sort of, as much as staff, wants to weigh in on one way or the other, which I don't at this point, but that you may recall the parking, the ability for the commission to have the language to alter the parking is something that is in the regulation and has come in his proposed regulation, but also has come up on a number of other instances, and particularly when there are uses that are being used in tandem together, as I would imagine this shopping station area might be. You know, people might be eating while getting gas, and so this also came up when discussing the proposal subject to the other public hearing, that some parking requirements have evolved since our chart was last updated. So I didn't want to imply negativity to that, just merely pointing out each of the differences throughout the regulations. For the record, I want to add the last one of the points in the staff report, and I want it verbally on the public hearing record, that we got no comment as a comment back from virtually all the other departments that this text amendment was routed to, including the Board of Police Commissioners, the police chief, the fire marshal, the building official, inland wetlands, Berlin Water Control, engineering, and health district. And that from the Capital Regional Council of Governments, the letter that we received from them was included in the distribution and posted materials, and indicated no apparent conflict with regional plans or policies or the concerns of neighboring towns. And so that's on the record as far as having been routed and comment received back.
Okay,
That's
thank
it.
you. Thank you. All right, I'm circling back to the commissions to see, do we have enough information? Do we need more information? I mean, how
So
does
Joan, this is Commissioner Miller. I just, as part of the conversation, one of the questions that came up was, this is pertaining to how big of a building. The specification here says 5,000 square feet. Is that the right size? That's a fairly large size building. And does the square footage include the canopies also? I cited it as an example, the one that's being proposed and the new development. The building itself is like 3,200 square feet, I believe, with 1,000 square foot canopy for the pump. So what are we talking about here? And just as a case in point, and I don't know about their canopies, but if you looked at, Cumberland Farms has done a fairly rigorous deployment of their new brand of stores. Their stores run in the range of 3,000 to 4,000 square feet. So 5,000, we're talking about larger than a lot of these Cumberland Farms are. So that's a pretty good sized store.
Yeah.
I don't have an issue with having that big of a store, but in light of we want to foster competition, as the comments were, we don't want to make these so big that only the huge players can come in, do we? Or what? I don't know. What's our objective here?
That's why, that's.
This is Commissioner Wallman, Joan.
Yes, Steve.
I thought it was a maximum of 4. They weren't a maximum of 5,000. They weren't required to build it. Did I understand that incorrectly?
It says not less than 5,000 square feet, designed and committed to monitor the facility, service customers, sell retail merchandise may be allowed. So 5,000 seems to be, the minimum size.
So I took that to mean that in order to get the 1,500 foot radius exemption, it had to be 5,000 square feet or larger. That's the way I read it. I may not be interpreting it correctly.
If I could be.
Yes.
Thank you.
Attorney Sullivan.
I didn't understand the square footage. Maybe Tim could enlighten us on that.
Yes, and as I indicated, that number is not carved in stone. It could be 3,500 square feet. It could be 4,000 square feet. We put a minimum, and the reason for the minimum is because addressing what Commissioner, what the chairperson said is that this 1,500 foot was designed not to have used car lots on every corner. Well, first of all, this is not address used car lots. It's just fueling stations. But this is designed to, as stated earlier, consolidate lots for a bigger development. And as far as the 1,500 foot, that arbitrary distance, whether a station like this is located 1,600 feet, 1,700 feet, or 1,800 feet, what you could pick the number. That arbitrary distance is not going to determine whether an antiquated, small gas station with a 900 square foot structure is going to survive and compete with this. This is going to be a standalone. It's going to be its own competition. And someday there's going to be another one. There's not going to be, the market will determine what the saturation rate is. But the smaller gas stations are eventually going to go the way of the buggy whip. And it's not going to be because of a 1,500 foot arbitrary distance. It's going to be because within a half a mile, there is a state-of-the-art fueling station. And I think, the town is the only town in the area with an arbitrary distance between fueling stations. I think that's indicative of the antiquated law that it is. We're in a capitalistic society. Now I realize socialism's trying to creep in, but this does not have anything to do with socialism. This has to do with competition and economic development for the town and being ahead of the curve. And there are going to be many appropriate sites that can be consolidated into these bigger developments. And whether they're a half a mile or a quarter of a mile away from these existing small stations, that arbitrary distance is not going to determine whether the older stations go the way of the buggy whip or not.
All right, other commissioners?
Tim Zigma.
And I also see, okay, Mr. Flaherty after that. Okay, go ahead, Tim, you go first.
Yep. Again, in the consolidation of those small lots, I take the example of south of Dunkin' Donuts on just south of Route 9. Then you have that gas station been for sale forever, the 1,200 house that burnt down. Those are not deep lots, for example. Now those lots combined together would be a great place for something like this, or a bigger thing, but they won't be good by themselves. And that's part of the reason why, that 1,500 square foot of 1,500 feet there, they wanted to consolidate some of these lots. The small hotels, the Strikers, the Salisbury Hotel, the one next door to that. Okay, those lots, they're deep, but they're not big enough individually. Combining those lots at an intersection of Route 9 and Berlin Turnpike would be a good place, and that's in the BT zone. So that's why I think that should be less than 5,000 at a minimum, maybe 3,500 or 4,000. But, you know, but you got a big enough unit that it would have to take a couple of those small lots to put together.
Okay. Well, we seem to have a terror pulling in every direction here. Mr. Kalababi, I know you have your hand up, so let me call on you and then I'm gonna.
Yeah, my first name is Ken, by the way. Last
Ken,
name,
okay, thank you.
pronounced right is Labe, is French. You know, I tell people they should have named me Jean-Claude, right? Would have been easier.
Good deal.
But, now, I actually been fairly involved in Berlin, and Chris Edge can attest to it. This is one of many properties that I've worked on. I was actually working on 529 today, which is the one that's been left to spray paint next to the Honda dealership owned by Mickey Finzer. And we want to keep going in both directions and help clean up the area. But the one point I just want to address George's comment or question. The reason these stations are getting bigger is that they are offering a lot more, and they're engineered basically to have hot food made to order, fresh local produce. Some of the cases, you know, they've got, you know, I don't know how many lineal feet, but probably, you know, 40 to 50 or more lineal feet of drinks. Fresh fruits, a lot of locally sourced product. Newspapers, magazines, I mean, and they become a mini supermarket with it. And then beyond that, some of them actually have drive-throughs. And at this intersection, Dunkin' Donuts is actually preferred to co-locate within a convenience store rather than pay for a freestanding building. So it's possible you might see, just as an idea, this hasn't been introduced as a concept, but it's actually Dunkin' Donuts that mentioned it. They would prefer to actually be within a convenience store, have a drive-through, but not pay the premium of the corner. So the building is evolving. The whole thing is evolving into, as Tim says, a fuel station, part supermarket, part Dunkin' Donuts. Really, whatever they can do to basically consolidate the shopping experience and offer as much as they can for good value, and with the new technology. I hope that you know addresses George's comment or question. Why are these getting larger? You know,
Okay.
Madam Chair, can I go one more time?
Joan, I wasn't challenging why they're getting larger. I've been in multiple, you know, Wawas and whatever. I mean, I've been all over the country. I agree with what you're saying. That is the direction they're going. And most of those haven't even branched out into the EV cars yet. So they're even going to get bigger. So I agree wholeheartedly with the concept of where everything is going. I'm just throwing out here what is the right number to pick here? I mean, I don't know what the thought behind the 5,000. Maybe 5,000 is the number.
Yeah, no, I agree with what your sentiment is. It's almost a trade-off between the 1,500 square foot radius or the 1,500 foot radius versus the 5,000. However, Mr. Woolman, I know that you're calling in, so I know that you wanted to chime in, and please do.
Thank you, sorry. I kind of agree with George too, you know, and my statement earlier about eliminating, you know, trying to eliminate competition, that's not our job. So I would hate to eliminate someone who may not be able and be one of these big box competition scenarios that the average guy couldn't come in and put in a 3,500 square foot store with the gas. And I don't want to eliminate a smaller person from making an investment in our town also. So I do have a little concern with a minimum of 5,000 square feet, and I agree with George.
Okay. All right.
And Madam Commissioner, if I could be heard, we have no problem reducing that minimum to 3,500. And in fact, I would propose that as we sit here.
Well, I think that that's something that the commission is just going to have to think on overall. Only because we have to make sure, because we're impacting so many properties along the Turnpike with this zone. And this is not, again, a site-specific consideration for us. You know, so I don't know how the rest of the commission feels. I know the hour is getting late. We still have to get into public hearings for another big item, and then we're going to come back for old business. But perhaps we ought to, step back from this, and, move on to the other items in the public hearing, unless there's somebody else who has a comment or a question.
Just one last point for your consideration. I
Yes.
think as you look at the supply and demand of fuel on the Berlin Turnpike,
Yeah.
one of the key things to keep in mind is that without a traffic signal, it's gonna be very hard for, stations along the median divided highway to compete. And so
Well,
naturally,
yeah.
so as you look to the future of of Berlin and the fueling stations, looking at where the traffic signals are and where the development opportunities are or aren't at those traffic signals is going to inherently limit the number of stations that get built. This is one of the last really good corners for quite a ways.
Yeah, no, it's it's a point well taken. It's something that we're gonna have to consider. But, can we, do we have a motion to continue on to the other public hearings or? I think that we can go ahead and, move on to the other public hearings from here. Is that agreeable to the rest of the commission?
We have to extend this one.
Yep, okay, thank you, Tim. All right.
I make a not thing that we extend this proposal to the next meeting.
So you're making a motion to continue this public hearing?
Continue to the next meeting. Yep, continue to the next meeting.
Okay.
I will.
We have a motion by Tim.
I'll second.
All right, thank you, Diane.
I would also, I would ask our planner to figure out what a good parking equation would be for this, because we addressed the parking on the proposed one up the street. If there's enough parking places and stuff like that, I would think that we would have to consider the parking place besides the size of the unit.
Okay, terrific. So we won't, do we have to amend the motion or Diane?
No, just the staff look at that.
Okay, terrific. All right, so do we need a roll call on continuing the meeting? Continuing the item?
Yes, I'm sorry with the virtual meeting.
No, that's okay.
It's necessary. George Miller,
Aye.
Diane Jorsey,
Aye.
Timothy Zigmont,
Aye.
Brian Rogan,
Aye.
Steve Wallman.
Opposed.
Did he say opposed?
Opposed, yeah,
Okay.
to the continuation.
Peter Zarabozo,
Oppose.
Chairman Veely.
Aye. Okay, so the ayes have it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in favor of continuing.
Okay. All right, so we're going to continue this on to the next meeting. All righty.
Thank you for your time this evening.
No problem. You've given us a lot to think about. So thank you, Attorney Sullivan. And we're going to consider all the points that we have here. Okay? Okay, excellent. Thank you. All right, so let's go on to the I think we're going to combine in the public. Do we need a motion for that?
They
already have.
They were previously combined for the continued public hearing from previous meetings. However, I was going to ask that be noted and acknowledged.
Yes,
So
we're
we're on the same page. It's just a matter of how it gets.
Okay, so this is going to be for the, so we have the zone change request at 404 Berlin Turnpike, and we have the special permit site plan application LLC for the mixed use development at 404 Berlin Turnpike. Those are the two combined. All righty, so we're back, and I know that we have, yes, Maureen.
So I have gotten a text from the planning consultant who expects to be able to be off that other meeting fairly shortly, 10 or so. So he will join as soon as he is able.
Okay,
Great. And hopefully that's,
I'm just looking for all the other information that we have there.
perhaps, and, you know, while the applicant may have something, you know, I don't know how you want to handle the order of whatever questions anyone has, but perhaps you can lean towards matters that are less about the planning and more about perhaps the engineering, or more perhaps applicant to give you more information that you're looking for or something, as opposed to things that might concern him right off the hop.
Yes, well, let's start with the applicant because he may have concerns that he wants to address with us at this point. And is there anything you'd like to talk to the commission or go over with the commission?
Good evening. Good evening. For the record, my name is Peter Alter. I'm a lawyer. I practice law in Glastonbury, Connecticut, at the firm of Alter and Pearson. And we represent the developer owner of this property. Also with us tonight, and individuals who may offer some information, Attorney Megan Hope of our law firm, Matt Bruton of BL Company, who is our project engineer, Scott Hesketh, our traffic engineer, Mark Joyce, our project architect, and Peter Diadio, who is the owner applicant representative. This public hearing, and for the record, we join in the effort to combine the two matters into one public hearing with all of the information being applied to both matters as appropriate. We continued the public hearing from the last session for an opportunity to work with the engineering consultant retained by the town, WMC, to work through the memo that it submitted prior to the last meeting, as well as to address issues raised by commission members and issues raised by Dr. Poland, your planning consultant. I had planned to start with Dr. Poland and some of the issues that more intimately involve his purpose on behalf of the commission. But since we're going to wait for him, what I'd like to do is skip ahead. We'll come back to that when he is more readily available. And what I would ask is for Matt Bruton, our project engineer, to explain to the commission what has transpired since the last meeting, how the plans have evolved and responded to WMC comments. The engineer consultant for the town and our engineer have worked diligently with each other to address the issues that WMC had. And I think what you're going to find is that a great deal of these matters have been resolved to the benefit of the plan. So with that, Matt, if you can take control of the PowerPoint and display that for the commission, and then explain to the commission what you've worked on with the plans with WMC and the changes to those plans.
Absolutely, Peter. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Can everybody see my screen as well?
It looks black.
Okay. Let me try it again.
Adam's probably working on it.
Any better?
There you go.
Yes.
There you go, Matt.
Great. Okay. For the record, my name is Matthew Bruton. I'm a professional engineer with the firm of BL Companies, headquartered in Meriden, Connecticut. As Peter said, I'm the project engineer on this project, and I've been working closely with WMC to resolve comments that they brought up prior to our last public hearing. So the plan that you see in front of you now is the revised site plan based on comments from Dr. Poland and from WMC. And I'll just point out a couple of things that have changed as we integrated their comments into our site plans. So there's a lot of overlap between Dr. Poland's comments and WMC's comments in regards to layout and a little bit of architecture, which Mark will get to a little bit later. But I'll point some of these revisions out as I move forward. So one of the big themes between both consultants was pedestrian crosswalks and connectivity of the entire sites. And with that, we've addressed that in multiple locations with the addition of pedestrian crosswalks, sidewalks, and staircases. So just moving from north, where you can see my hand, from moving from north to south, we have provided connectivity throughout the site. And I'm going to point out a couple of those features. So we do have provided crosswalks between the northern carports and the first row of buildings. We have also provided a staircase here between these two buildings to get to the, what we're calling the main kind of promenade here. Also a crosswalk and a staircase here, along with a sidewalk along these two southern buildings. On the left-hand side, crosswalks and sidewalks do connect to this trail that will access this recreational area along the riverfront. We also have provided crosswalks to the dumpsters and carports on the southern side. Continuing south, we do show a crosswalk here with a sidewalk network down to the convenience store and to the service station. Moving to the front, we do have a mixed-use retail building and a proposed hotel. We have provided, again here, crosswalks from the residential facility to the east to the hotel in two locations. And we've also interconnected with a crosswalk and sidewalk network here, connections between the retail pad and the hotel pad. That was, again, comments both from Dr. Poland and WMC. In addition to that, it was recommended to have dedicated loading spaces for the residential buildings, something that would be helpful during move-in and move-out days as residents change over. We have done that with dedicated loading spaces between the buildings here and here, here, and here as well. Another comment from Dr. Poland was in regards to hotel circulation. I believe this was mentioned at the prior hearing. There is a drop-off that I'm circling here with my hand for the hotel. The idea of having a drop-off for people that are staying in the hotel, and then they would continue on to find a parking space surrounding the facility. The concern with the circulation was this one-way lane behind the hotel was counterintuitive to the drop-off orientation. So we flipped the orientation, so there's going to be a clockwise orientation for hotel guests to be able to drop off, then circulate around to find an appropriate parking space. In addition to Dr. Poland's comments and WMC's comments, the original application was overparked. And obviously the over parking of the development leads to a more impervious area, which also leads to more stormwater management systems and sizing needed. On both Dr. Poland's and WMC's recommendation, we did reduce the number of parking spaces to a level that still complies with zoning regulations, but still provides adequate parking to sustain the businesses and residents. Overall, we decreased 52 parking spaces and in several locations around the residential buildings and around the commercial buildings along the frontage of the property. A lot of them were in the areas in the interface between the commercial and the residential areas that I'm circling roughly in my hands here. Those additional areas provided more landscaping, which allowed us some flexibility to create some of these interconnectivity features like sidewalks and crosswalks, and also will allow us more room to provide barrier gates and fencing across the residential development to not kind of commingle hotel and retail guests with residents that will be living towards the west of the property. In addition to some of the more technical items on the review letter by WMC, I'll kind of walk through this checklist. They're less visible in terms of the site plan. And I try to bore you with some of the more technical items, but items that we did address are proposed phasing of sediment and erosion control plans during construction, the addition of roof leaders for the buildings to depict the drainage patterns from the roof water. We responded to the comment regarding the OSTA application and its timing with this application, and Scott can speak to that more a little bit later. There was a comment about a trash rack at the outlet of the detention basin. There was a request for fence around the detention basin berm, which was added. We do have an additional plan, and that was discussed at the last public hearing about snow storage areas on the parcel. Yeah, and so those are some of the larger items. There was obviously some more nitty-gritty technical things about inverts and pipe sizing and orientation that were addressed as well. As Peter Alter mentioned, we have had a follow-up conversation with Rob from WMC. Based on that follow-up conversation, there was around 7 outstanding comments, in my opinion, very technical and minor in nature. And just to give you a flavor of what those were, it was an extension of a sidewalk, more definition on roof leader locations around the hotel, coordination with the trash rack detail, and potential stone trench and gutter systems for the carports that are associated with the residential buildings. In my opinion, if the commission is willing and able to act later tonight on this application, I believe, and you can listen to hear from Rob as well, that these are minor and hopefully could be included as conditions of approval if you guys see fit to act on this application tonight. I'll just show you this real quick before I pass it back to the design team, because I know this was a topic of conversation at the last public hearing. The site plan you see in front of us was included in the revised set that was given to town staff, Dr. Poland, and WMC. The blue areas that are highlighted here are planned and potential snow storage areas on site for obviously storage during events. And as mentioned previously, there would be a full-time equipment and loading device on the property that would be used to shuffle snow around as appropriate. The majority of these spaces are in landscaped areas, but there are several that are also taking up key parking spaces around the residence building. And as mentioned before, we are over parked according to the regulations, and we're going to take advantage of some of those extra spaces during large snow events to use those areas as necessary. So that's kind of a quick high-level overview of the engineering aspects related to your consultants. Very comprehensive reviews. We feel like we've hit the flavor and addressed those comments, minus a handful outstanding from WMC. But I'm happy to answer any questions now or wait to the end when you've seen the rest of the presentation.
Okay. All right, thank you. Does any commission, do you have any questions for Mr. Roden at this time? Okay. All right, so
Scott.
move on. Go ahead.
Scott Hesketh, could you just give the commission an update on your matters with OSTA?
I certainly can. I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, this is Scott Hesketh for the applicant. There were not a whole lot of traffic-related comments in the reviews by town staff and your consultants. But what there was related to the DOT review. Most of those related to drainage, and I think they've been worked out, or at least we've been able to satisfy your consultants on that point. I would like to report that we have made a submission to the Office of the State Traffic Administration. They have received that application and have indicated to us that they have commenced a review of the step 1 OSTA application. So we're moving forward with that organization. And of course, as the commission is probably aware, they are not, they will not take action until this commission has granted its local approvals before they make their significant comments. So just wanted to pass along to you that we're moving along with OSTA, and I will be available this evening for any questions related to traffic-related items. And I'll pass the microphone back over to Peter Walker.
Thank you, Scott. Next is our architect, Mark Joyce, who has continued to work on the plans and architectural features of the development. So, Mark, if you could walk the commission through the status of the plans now, that would be appreciated.
Yeah, will do. Good evening, everyone. I'll be pretty brief. We made sort of two groups of revisions to the design based on feedback.
Wait, excuse me, time out. I've got some feedback, somebody's break or something, I don't know. Okay, great,
Sounds
thank
better
you.
now.
Oh, yeah, we could not hear you, you were overrun before.
Yep.
Thank you. Please continue.
Again, my name is Mark Joyce. I'm associate principal at Phase Zero Design. We're the architectural firm for the project. We've made some changes to the design based directly on comments that we received at the last hearing. Primarily, they were sort of in twofold. One is unit layout as it relates to the 1-bedroom plus den, and then the exterior facade. Yeah, Matt, if you can go to actually scroll up if you would, please. Oh, right. Oh, stop. I'm trying to get to the unit layout plan. Might be up a little bit. Keep going. What is that slide? Yeah, slide. Yeah, no, next slide. Perfect, right there. If you see sort of in the purplish blue shade units on the right-hand side of the floor plan, that's our 1-bedroom plus den. The comments received at the last hearing, raised some concerns that unit could be flipped to a 2-bedroom configuration. We've taken what could be construed as a closet off of the den away from that room and made a walk-in closet for the master bedroom or the bedroom. We've also flipped the layout of the bathroom that originally was entering off of the den space and made that a sort of an ensuite. And we did do a slight reconfiguration to the common bathroom. So as previously said, the intent is to not make that a 2-bedroom unit, and we've sort of juggled some of the spaces in some of the rooms to sort of reinforce that. The next revision we made, which really was always in project, but we kind of beefed up the detail, is on the exterior facade. Comment was raised about the trims around the windows and doors. So if you go to, I think probably slide 13, Matt, maybe. What was sort of previously drawn, unfortunately, didn't really punch. And it's really not punching in this sort of, or actually that's the previous slide. All right, sorry. So in this, it's sort of showing, it's sort of in the industry, it's like a brick mold detail. It's only like a 2.5-inch head encasing detail around the windows and doors. We've revised that to the next slide, Matt, please. To sort of a more significant 5/4 thick, 6-inch head, 4-inch jamb and sill detail, much what you would see in a sort of a colonial. Traditional colonial. So to give your window trims some more significance and some more prominence. In addition to that, the 5/4 depth of that case molding gives us a more significant shadow line as it relates to sort of its abutting materials. And those are the two revisions that we've made.
Mark,
yeah.
talk about the facade facing the hotel as well, please?
Yeah, I mean, we did sort of look at, the comment was raised about the balconies facing the hotel. My firm does a lot of hotels. We very actually sort of, in fact, we very seldom see hotel rooms, if you will, facing the end of the building. They typically face front and rear, and now you have the stair tower. We're a good 40 feet from building to hotel. And so we do feel that there's a fair amount of privacy there and a fair amount of distance. In addition to that, it's this one building that is kind of tucked or hugged to the hotel. The other buildings have plenty of distance between them and so on. So, we felt that, given the proximity to the hotel, the distance away from it, how the hotel will probably be laid out, we felt that this was, sort of an appropriate layout for that building.
Speaking of, I mean, you present a pretty good image for the residential, the commercial, and the gas station. The hotel there is kind of blank. I was wondering if you could just, walk me through what the plan is. Do you have any drawings for the layout? Are you expecting this to be, a hotel where it's 1 or 2 nights at a time, or is this going to be more like an extended stay for residents who, are planning, might work in the area, want to be there for a month or 2? I'm just wondering I really don't feel like I've gotten much of a read on what the hotel is actually gonna look like or be.
Mark, let me speak to that. In an earlier presentation, we did try to make it clear that right this minute, we do not have a hotel user. We don't have a particular brand of hotel that would be located there. And what we've indicated to the commission is that, well, this is a hotel of about 100 rooms, and we've created the parking and the grounds around it in that configuration. Until we actually have a brand that is ready to come to this site, we cannot tell you exactly what that hotel will look like. What we did say, and we continue to say, is that when we have a hotel user, we will have to come back to this commission for approval of the exterior of that hotel. And at that point, we will be able to tell you whether it's intended to be an extended stay hotel or a transient hotel. We simply can't tell anybody that. What we do need in order to market this is the ability to say to people who are still in the hospitality industry that we have an approved hotel site. This is the footprint size. This is the number of rooms we have. This is the parking that we have. And then we can take it to market. When we do that, we will bring it back to this commission for your review and approval. But at the moment, the reason it looks so much different than everything else on the site is because we can't tell you whether it's going to be a Marriott or one of the other well-known brands of hotels that are in the area.
Okay, just to follow up on Commissioner Rogan's question, I guess my question is, so are we to then consider, I mean, I understand that you're looking for the footprint of the hotel, but without it being designed or without even having a client available for a contract, I'm not sure that we should even be considering the hotel. So what happens to that property in the meantime? I mean, let's say that you're not going to have, let's say you go ahead with this project and you're designing it and you're building it out. What's going to be in place of that hotel until the hotel comes down the pike, so to speak?
It will be green space, loamed and prepared, loamed and seeded, and in a situation where it can be developed. we would fully expect Maureen to recommend to the commission a condition that says that the applicant developer must return to the commission for approval once a hotel user is identified. In the meantime, there won't be anything built there. That site will be prepared for development along with the rest of the property, but then it will wait until a hotel user presents itself. If you remember phases of development, thank you, Matt. We set that up and identified it as the fourth phase for that exact reason. We will work our way towards the northwest corner of the site through the development phases as indicated on this plan.
Okay. Thank you. We're all just looking at the project, and I know that Mr. Joyce has been working hard on it for me. The feel of the project seems to me be quite, and I don't mean this in a derogatory word, but quite sterile. And it almost lacks a sense of community for me. And I'm trying to figure out how to encourage a sense of community. We talk about walking past to cars, walking past to the convenience store, or walking past to the gas station. But I'm not getting a sense of community from this. And that's what I really would like to reach out and somehow capture. And when I say that, I look at different projects that we have within town. I mean, even the one on Deming Road, what's the name of it?
Fieldstone Crossing?
Yeah, Fieldstone Crossing. Whatever it is, it has a sense of community. I mean, you look at that place and it looks nice. And I guess I'm just looking for something.
Sure. Matt, could you go back to the site plan for a minute, please?
You mentioned someone has feedback as well.
Yeah, we're getting feedback here. So please, if you're not addressing the commission or the applicant, I'll ask you to mute. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. What I want to point out are a couple of things. We internally have been calling that center roadway, that access point, our main street. We think that all of the 5 residential buildings are going to be focused into the center area. And then in addition to that, we have created a gathering point where the pool and community building are, which is centrally located to all of the residential buildings, so that everyone will have the opportunity to congregate there almost on a daily basis. That's where all the mail boxes and package deliveries will occur. People will use that as an opportunity to see their neighbors. We also think that providing the access to the walking trails out through the rear of the residential development, so that they have a gated access that only they can use, provides an opportunity for some community activity. The other item that we've done is we've made this into a gated community. You're only going to have access through admission gates, so that the residences will feel some sense of privacy and security from the rest of the development. I suppose one of the concerns or one of the reasons that you may not gain that sense of community from this is because we've created an environment. We think we've created an environment where people can congregate along the main street and at the community center because it's proximate to all the buildings. We think that we've done a pretty good job of that. And that was the idea behind it. That's why the carports are set back away from the buildings. The buildings are focused into the main street and the community center.
Now, the main street that you have, Mr. Alter, is that all paved? I mean, you showed a little boulevard, it seems, at the gated entrance. And
There
then
is
once you go beyond that, where the cursor is now across the screen, is that all paved or is that, I mean, geez, that would be great if that was all greenery, huh?
Well, the cars, that's the main entrance for people to get to their parking places, carports. There are, maybe you can zoom in a little, Matt, I don't know, but there are landscaped islands set strategically through the parking lot. There's connectivity through a sidewalk network that connects all of the buildings to each other, and obviously crosswalks over to the opposite side. And the idea is that the buildings focus into this area. We're
You mean where the amenities will be, what is it?
Correct.
Is that where okay, so you're gonna have a clubhouse with a pool, the mailboxes?
correct.
And what
That's
does
all.
that, yeah, what does that look like? What does that area look like? I mean, do we have a photo or architectural from Mr. Joyce?
Can I just jump in, Peter? I don't want to steal your thunder.
No, go right
So
ahead.
what Pete, I'm just going to sort of piggyback on a couple ideas that Peter had jumped in on. Like Peter had said, we've sort of termed this Main Street. So kind of my vision of Main Street would be, gas style type of lanterns lining the sidewalk, some street trees. We have opportunity for those ground level apartment units to be garden units, to have some small patio and landscaping. Unfortunately, maybe hindsight, we should have probably done a better job at depicting the Main Street idea. Seems like our renderings focus more on sort of the outer periphery. But that's sort of the design partie, if you will, of Main Street. Different in this development than I think you see in a lot of other multifamily developments is sort of the significance of the clubhouse. A lot of residential developments, it's an outbuilding and it's sort of a secondary use, and no one really visits it. Sort of the idea here is that it's a significant part of the community. We actually want to steer people to this building. It's still, kind of coming together in its design and its architecture. It's going to be in concert with the residential buildings. But like I say, the idea is to have the leasing office. It's going to be where you get your deliveries, your packages, your mail, community room, dog wash station, and some other type of support amenities in that. So that's going to be kind of the hub of the development.
Now, all of that is gonna be in this clubhouse?
Yes.
All right, how big is this clubhouse? Because it doesn't look that.
It's basically going to be 3 stories. So sort of on the downhill side, if you will, a level equal with the pool. And then you'll have a second story, which will be equal with Main Street. And then we'll probably have a third level, which maybe be, let's say 50% of that footprint, if you will, that would be the leasing office.
Okay, so the office space on top, the Main Street.
Main Street would be, like I say, probably package.
It's like the
like I said,
second floor, and then the pool is basically underground, where you go down to the swimming pool.
It's on the parking.
How big is the clubhouse then? Because I can't see the numbers, I'm sorry.
What are we showing? 1,800 square foot footprint, Matt, I believe.
1,800? Is there gonna be, are they gonna have a fitness center in there?
Exactly. exactly. So that's gonna, like I said, that's gonna be the hub. We're still working through some of the programming.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
grasp at it here.
Yeah, I mean, if we do have significant opportunity here in terms of design and creating a really unique space and a hub for this community.
Well, that's what I'm pushing you for, Mr. Joyce.
Yeah, that would.
Don't tell me
Yep.
I have to lean on you more. All right.
I can't wait to chew into it, actually.
Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions for the commission? I mean, I know we're in public hearing too, so actually I should probably, let me go to the public first, because there might be people who want to chime in or chewing at the bit. So anyone else out there wants to address? Yes, Mr. Bajorski.
Madam Chairwoman, thank you for recognizing me. I'm speaking tonight in my capacity as chairman of the Berlin Housing Authority. As you're well aware, we have worked with this developer from inception of the zoning regulations to supporting him in the presentation of this development. We feel it's important to the housing options that residents of this town have. There's going to be a significant affordable housing element here. The Housing Authority is going to work with the developer in terms of managing that affordable housing portion. We feel that that will go a long way towards getting the town to meet the minimum affordability requirement under state law, which will alleviate some other problems that the town is facing. We also feel that this proposal will generate significant presence on the Turnpike and create a missing the word I'm looking here, but a certain amount of traffic on the Turnpike from the residences, which will spur other development opportunities, both north and southbound in this area. And I think this project, if approved, would greatly benefit the economic development prospects for the Berlin Turnpike north of Route 9. I think, like I said, also will add additional opportunities for housing to residents of our town. Those who, younger people may be looking, starting out, want to get out of their homes, of their parents, might have a good opportunity here to find a nice, clean, affordable unit that is present on the north-south highway that can get them either to New Haven or Hartford, for better job opportunities. So its location on close to the Rocky Hill line affords them shopping opportunities there, quick access to 91 from there. And again, I think this will have spin-off development opportunities both on Deming Road and the Berlin Turnpike. So we as the Housing Authority support this project and urge the commission to approve the site plan as presented.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bajorski. Is there
Thank you
anyone
very
else?
much.
All right, anyone else in the public that wishes to address the commission on this project, either for or against? Okay, turning to the commissions.
Actually, Chairwoman, if I could just for a moment, yes. Yes, I think this is a great project. I think it is a wonderful thing. I think it'll be take an undeveloped parcel, become a vibrant location for commerce, housing, and more, including trails. I believe they're well thought out, and they'll bring a quality project we can be proud of. I definitely am very behind it.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Edge. And commissioners? Anyone out there?
How's our consultant coming along?
So he has been on since approximately 10:15. So
Okay.
just after the hearing started, he did miss the first portion. I didn't want to interrupt
No,
everyone,
that's okay, that's okay.
but he did jump on.
And that is Mr. Poland?
Yes, Dr.
Okay,
Poland
Dr.
of
Poland.
Gorman York Consulting.
All right, terrific. Dr. Poland, welcome to I'm glad you could make it to the commission's meeting. I'm glad that we're still here, although I probably will regret saying that. But anyway, is there anything that you want to add at this point?
Madam Chairman, if I could interrupt for a moment. there were a number of comments
Yeah.
that,
Ms.
that
Walter.
there were a number of comments that I had deferred waiting for Dr. Poland to come back. And it might not be fair to him if he doesn't hear what I have to say first. But I'll leave it up to you
Okay.
and him.
Well, I'll just go ahead. Let's go ahead and hear your rebuttal to his other statements, and then we'll go forward from there, okay?
It's actually not a rebuttal. It's very much in support of many of the things that, many of the items that he covered in his report that he presented to you originally. It's dated, I believe, February 17th, and then in a subsequent supplemental matter that he submitted to you. I did want to point out and want to put on the record that it's our opinion that the plan you have before you as a master plan for the development of the site meets and exceeds the requirements for approval. That's a quote from Dr. Poland's earlier report. I will also say that Dr. Poland spent a considerable amount of time with us working on refining and making the plan even to a higher level of finish and accomplishment. And we appreciate all of his suggestions. Part of that was with respect to the parking, with respect to building access, with respect to pedestrian access and safety, and general design elements, all of which were improved by his comments and also the comments that WMC provided. In his report, he speaks to the fact that this plan is consistent with your plan of conservation and development and your comprehensive zoning plan. And he stated it much better than I could in his report. Those are important elements, as the commission knows. We have to demonstrate that we comply with those, and we believe that we do. There was a concern expressed earlier this week by town staff that the proposal that we had for 40 units designated to be affordable would not count toward Berlin's efforts to achieve at least the 10% threshold for affordable units that it's provided in Connecticut General Statutes 8-30G. We had the opportunity to discuss that issue with Dr. Poland. I then consulted with land use attorney who's very experienced in affordable housing developments, and then had the opportunity to consult with the person at the State of Connecticut Department of Housing who is charged with the responsibility of determining which communities in Connecticut actually do achieve the 10% threshold. That resulted in an email from her, Laura Watson, which I forwarded to Maureen, indicating that in her opinion, the units as we propose to commit them would in fact qualify to be counted by the community in attempting to achieve the 10% threshold. I think there was some additional research and investigation done by Dr. Poland, and I'm sure he can speak to that himself. We continue to believe and do believe that these 40 units are going to go a long way toward assisting Berlin in reaching its 10% threshold. We also worked through an affordability plan that was submitted to Dr. Poland. It's my understanding from emails that the plan is revised, has been reviewed by him, and I believe he's comfortable with the plan as we have presented it. He, again, can speak to that as well. In those regards, I wanted Dr. Poland to know what our position was before he had a chance to speak to the commission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Alter and Dr. Poland.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
To add?
I guess at this point, I didn't have a large presentation or a lot of remarks to make to the commission. I believe at the end of the last meeting, I felt there was kind of a feeling amongst the commission that there was a lot of information to digest, and you wanted some time to be able to question me about my reports and some of those things. I believe one of the things that was kind of discussed and left up in the air was the interpretation of the 10 acres. And if it's before, after, is it a minimum lot size, that conflict within your regs. And I believe I explained that, but I don't think there was ever kind of a conclusion to that. Since the last hearing, the thing I've worked on the most, or the thing that has been the key to attend, the primary piece of attention, has been concerns over the affordability, which Attorney Alter has just described. The application, just to provide some kind of background and context here, the application, the applicant did update the affordability plan, and they corrected the calculations in that. However, Doug, your social service person, I'm sorry, his last name's escaping me right now.
Surely.
Yeah.
And I had basically agreed with the affordability proposal put forth by the applicant, the revised plan. Doug then raised concerns on his interpretation of ultimately 8-30G and then 8-30G's references to the state regulations and how to calculate the specifics. And on one level, that was the inclusion of using the number of persons per household based on the bedroom counts. But number two was also the state regulations utilizing HUD's calculation on affordability. Doug's primary issue was concerns over whether or not these proposed units would qualify towards the 10% affordability threshold or the affordability list maintained by the state, which of course, from a policy perspective, is of great interest to you, that any affordable units you're approving should, meet that threshold and count towards that so you can work towards achieving the 10%. As Attorney Alter has explained, there was a number of channels of communication on trying to make some determinations there. And the final channel of communication was me reaching back out to the Department of Housing. And I sent an email to both Doug and Maureen this evening of the response back from the Department of Housing. And their response was kind of twofold. One was that, yes, the units do qualify for the 10% consideration, but they did note another aspect of this, which I think is fair for consideration, is kind of the interpretation and intent of the local regulation. And your zoning reg says, I'm starting mid paragraph, but it's in the BTD provisions where it says the affordability guidelines. It says prices which will preserve the units as housing for which persons and families pay 30% or less of income, where such income is less than or equal to 80% of the median income as defined under Connecticut General Statutes 8-30G. I think there's some ambiguity in that statement, in the sense that, one, I think oftentimes in planning, 80% AMI is kind of the number that's discussed, that there isn't typically this deep dive into HUD's fair market rents and the specifics of the calculation. So it's hard for me as an outsider to make a finalized interpretation here. I think at the end of the day, you guys as a commission maybe know better what your intent was when you made this citation to 8-30G. Was it a strict citation to comply with the HUD requirements, or was it ultimately just about meeting that 80% and affordable qualified units for the 10% affordability threshold? So that's where it was left today. Doug agreed in the end, in the final email, that he was okay because they meet the 10%, that he kind of, was okay with that finding. At the end of the day, also, I don't think Doug's interjecting himself into zoning itself. So it was the 10% qualifying that he was concerned about, and that was satisfied. My general feeling, as I said, or if I could explain going back, the memo I issued before this final determination, which was March 15th, in response to Doug's initial memo with concerns, was kind of playing off of Doug's interpretation. And this is always a challenge on third-party reviews. I don't know the culture of your specific community. And I agreed with Doug in that interpretation, and I still stand behind that memo. That being said, at the end of the day, my general read, if I was just blindly reading your regulations, I don't think I would interpret the deep dive out of that reference to 8-30G into the HUD affordable rents. That this was looking for 80% AMI. You didn't go as far as saying affordable units also have to be provided at 60% AMI. So if I were strictly interpreting this, then I would be like, well, where's the 60% provision that's also required under 8-30G? So that's my general feeling on the affordability there. I'll end there before I speak your ears off, knowing the time of night. But I'm also available for any other questions commissioners may have related to my reports and memos. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Okay, thank you. I do have one question, and this is just, I don't mean to push it, but we talked about the 10 acre question. Can you just refresh that, what that was about?
Yeah, if you could just give me a minute to get back to my memo. So my initial memo dated back in, I believe, February, the lengthy one, the 22-page one. There was an appendix to that memo starting on page 17 related to a number of specific questions that staff had posed to me. And I believe it was item 1 on page 17 is directly related to this, and that is staff asked that I review the 10-acre minimum lot size required in the BTD zone and the possible conflicting language between an early provision in the section 8H3 related to the assemblage of parcels, and then section 8H11 related to minimum lot size. Without going through reading this verbatim, my general interpretation was that first provision in H3 related to assemblage of parcels basically states that you can assemble 2 or more parcels of less than 10 acres apiece into an area of 10 acres to then qualify for the BTD zone to be applied. That is basically, you need a minimum of 10 acres to come in for this zone change application. But it implies essentially that it can be 1 or more parcels of 10 acres or more. When you then get to the later section, which is H11, you guys have your dimensional requirements. And in there is a minimum lot size provision that says 10 acres. So that creates this kind of conflict in the sense that you can apply for the zone change with lots that are less than 10 acres, but no lot within the zone can actually, once the zone's adopted, can actually be less than 10 acres. So ultimately, if you just hear me out, if you have 3 lots of 3.5 acres each, that equals 10.5 acres, right? That come in for the zone change. The moment you approve that zone change, those 3 parcels are legally non-conforming because they don't comply with the minimum lot size. I think the question the applicant is trying to get resolved is a path forward, because I believe the applicant can comply however you decide to interpret this. But they're looking for clarity as to how to proceed. And I think in my memo, in that appendix section, I think what I said, in an ideal world, the minimum lot size in the BTD zone should have probably been set at the same minimum lot size as the underlying zone, which is 2 acres. And that wouldn't have created this conflict. But I think probably in the thought process of 10 acres for assemblage, it translated probably into 10 acres for minimum lot size. And that's where there's just a bit of a kind of, there's a bit of a conflict here. It's not awful. It occurs. This is probably more common than we think it is for these types of provisions to conflict. But I think the applicant themselves are kind of looking for some type of determination from the commission to help them with how to proceed, because they have some of those uses, like I believe the hotel, that could be parceled at less than 10 acres or could be parceled in the future at 10 acres, and they need some direction. And I don't want to overspeak for Attorney Alter on that, if he could clarify.
Right, terrific. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Poland.
If I could be heard on the 10-acre, 2-acre matter.
Yes, Attorney.
Thank you. Dr. Poland is correct. We have ample acreage to create several 10-acre parcels, if that's what the commission believes should occur. I think that Dr. Poland's professional opinion that he expresses at the end of this item 1 in his appendix makes more sense, and the commission hasn't had an application like this before, so we're on a little uncharted territory. It would give the developer a great deal more flexibility in terms of financing and marketing and distinguishing among the various mixed uses which the zone encourages. If you would agree that Dr. Poland's approach or suggested approach, that is that it should revert to the underlying zone in terms of minimum lot size, that would work for us and would make this project a little have a more flexibility than it has if we have to create 10-acre parcels. We can create 10-acre parcels, but it's a little bit artificial.
Okay. All right, thank you for that, Attorney Alter. All
Thank
right. Is there anyone from the commission that wishes to address the application at this time? Our applicant, excuse me. I know the hour is late, so.
Madam Chairman, if your intention is to close the public hearing, I do have some summary remarks. It'll be brief, but I do want to put them on the record if I may.
Okay, Maureen, I'm sorry, what?
I just want to make sure that, and I may have missed who was talking at any given time, but whether or not someone from WMC, the other consultant, had anything left to add as well. And then as far as closing the public hearing, I guess that would be up to the commission. However, I would have some comments before you made that decision as well.
Yeah. Do we have anyone from WMC with us, the consulting engineers, the other consultants?
Yes, this is Bob Barnesh. I've been listening.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right, it's
yeah,
hard to see all the applicants, so sorry about that. Go ahead.
That's quite all right. Yeah, no, I can chime in. I think we had a successful discussion earlier today with the applicant and his engineer to resolve some of my remaining comments, of which I think the applicant's engineer did a great job of responding to and incorporating a lot of our design elements into the plans. Again, most of the comments that are not completely resolved are just technical in nature. They don't warrant any changes to the plans themselves, layout wise. Just, some thoroughness or completeness with the calculations and coordination with some drainage items and elements that they've agreed to respond to. So on our end, we can coordinate, should the commission decide to act, should the hearing close this evening, we would support any items that we have unresolved as conditions of approval.
Okay, terrific. Thank you, Mr. Barneshi. All right, I'm not sure what the flavor of the commission is, or if we are sensing that we should close this public hearing, or should we continue it? Again, the hour's late. We're going on 11 a.m., which is really well over.
Yeah.
And 11 p.m., excuse me. Yeah, you can see it is getting late. So how does the commission feel about this particular item?
Joan, this is Tim Zigmont.
Yes, Mr. Zigmont.
Just speaking about the 10-acre issue and what was said about the purpose of the 10 acres was to combine lots to make it up to 10 acres to have this type of development. And because of the small size lots on the Berlin Turnpike that I discussed early in the night, and it would allow this type of development in a minimum 10 acres.
Okay, terrific. Thank you, Tim. Anyone else from the commission? Well, yeah, Maureen, did you have something?
So I do have a few things that I wanted to recap and remind the commission of as they're thinking through things. And I'm sorry, they've said so many things. I'm skipping through my notes as I go. And some of the notes I'm continuing to have to cross out. There just seems, an overall recap for the commission or for the commission to formulate in their minds in case they do have any additional concerns, given the outstanding items that were just even resolved this week, may be helpful to you. But I wanted to add that one, the lot size, which you did discuss, and the commission needs to make a determination with regard to that, which would then may or may not affect the layout of their site plan and the dedication of the parcel, whether to the land trust or not as well. And then as they mentioned and was mentioned before, staff continues to recommend that the enhancement of their trails and specifically for linkages that may become available to adjacent open space and adjacent other developments. And that will afford the opportunity for those connections for both residents and the others users of the open space trails, which they presented their trail would be for public use, and that any that there be some legal or conditional ties to that in a commission consideration, so for cross agreements or otherwise a condition of approval to get those trail linkages. I did want to note the phasing, which Attorney Alter did bring back up. I think it was, or maybe it was their engineer, I'm sorry. And I have a little bit of a concern with regard to, that came up tonight, the details of the landscape and parking plans. Just a reminder to the commission that quick summary, is 2 ways I see for that to possibly be resolved if there are outstanding concerns. Generally, when you look at a site plan, you have that level of detail that you've had a landscape plan. So whether that, if you are inclined to close and continue without that level of detail, a condition that either relates back to that plan needing to come back to the commission, or the or whether you would have staff handle it, the consultants handle it, whomever, to bring up the level of details you're looking for, or possibly as each phase comes, where they then come for the details on the specific phase that they're building at the time. That may, sometimes developers do that because the investment of developing plans beyond the phase that they're breaking into sometimes doesn't work. Again, that's just a consideration to make. These are complicated reports and a lot to consider. So I just wanted to bring all that.
If I might, I believe there is a landscape plan within the site plan set that has been submitted. We didn't have it as part of our PowerPoint this evening, but we have submitted a landscape plan for the project.
Well, I mean, we can look at there's a couple different ways we can do. We can continue this until next meeting. And this way, if we do continue it, then if we have further questions or input, then we're able to have that cross communication as opposed to closing it tonight and deliberating a next go round. So I think it's just the flavor of the commission and how comfortable they feel. Do we have all the information that we need at this point, or do you feel that you may wake up tomorrow morning and say, "Oh my God, I should have asked this," and now if it was closed or whatever, you wouldn't have that option. But how comfortable is the commission? It's up to you. I don't know what. I'm not sure what just happened.
Just
All
Tim
right.
Zigma.
Yes.
On the conservation land there, I think that should be deeded to the town of Berlin, connecting with the rest of the town of Berlin properties here. You see the 66 acres, 2.5 acres, and the cross agreement for the trails in the recreational easement they have, that, sooner or later, maybe the town of Berlin want to do some trails back here. If it's turned over to the land trust does not do any improvements. And that opportunity wouldn't be there. So if it's turned over to the town of Berlin for recreational facilities, it would be more beneficial connecting all three lands there.
Yeah, and I think that's something we have to think about, Tim. But I mean, we also have to. I mean, I also have to think about what it does connect to. Is it viable for the town to have it? Is it better for the land trust to be the guardians of it? I mean, that's something that we'll have to consider or deliberate on as well.
There's if I might, there's another factor that plays into the discussion that Dr. Poland had. If your determination is that we need to maintain 10-acre parcels, then that land would not be deeded out to anybody. It would be conserved by way of a private conservation easement. so that it would stay in its natural and scenic condition, but the ownership of it would have to stay with the developer in order to maintain the ability to have 10-acre parcels.
That's a total different than what was proposed.
Okay, well,
I believe I at their first presentation, I believe I said that as well.
okay. All right, any other commission members? So does anyone have a notion to make a motion one way or another? Are we closing the public hearing or are we continuing it?
Commissioner Zaragoza, I think we should close it.
Okay, and you understand, okay, Diane? I saw it.
I guess I could go either way with respect to closing the public hearing, but if there is any additional information that is needed, that's my only concern.
Yes, okay, thank you.
What are the, what is the feel from our consultants there? Are they satisfied with everything that they've seen so far from both WMC and Dr. Poland?
Yeah, I think.
Do you think that we're in a good position here?
Well, I think that I don't want to speak for them, but I think that they had a chance to review and they just shared everything with us. And I think it now, the ball has now come back to the court of the planning and zoning.
Yeah.
And we have to decide I think we have to decide on, do we have enough information or do we feel that we have any more questions or concerns that we want to have answered? Because once we close the public hearing, we can't take any additional testimony. So yes, Dr. Poland, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I would say, all in all, I'm satisfied. My advice to you, if I may just say so, this is a complicated, complex application. You guys have absorbed a ton of information. And it's also, as you said, almost 11 o'clock at night. Due to the fact that there could be additional questions and the need for additional information, it may be in your best interest to just hold it over and keep it open to another meeting. I hate delaying applications or extending them, but just based on the size and complexity of this, I think that may be a prudent decision. So
Yeah.
I'll just leave it there.
Yes, because we can easily close the public hearing and make a decision, next go around if everyone's
Yeah.
satisfied, everyone's had a thought about it. So we don't want to, we just want to do due diligence.
Yeah.
And we know that the developer is anxious and wants to get rolling. And I don't think that we're trying to drag down the project or, but I think we just want to make sure that we make the best project, not only for the developer, but also for the town. Because we're gonna have to drive by it every day.
On that
Yes,
note,
exactly.
can I make a housekeeping observation for the commission? And as well as the applicants, for everyone. So we've used there originally 12 days of extension time before opening the public hearing. We then used another 21 days so far. So 33 days of extension time have been used of the 65 plus 90 days that are currently allowed. So there's plenty of extension time left.
Right.
However, we are in extension time and wanted everyone to be aware of that. The applicant has previously indicated they're fine with using extension time as they have in the past. It's up to them to say that though, but we also have the 90 days that can also be used at the commission's discretion.
Yeah.
Or the applicants
Yeah.
either can use that one without permission from the applicant.
But we
So,
don't, I mean, for us to go to the next meeting, we don't have to.
no, that will only use a few more,
Okay.
that'll
Oh, yeah.
uses.
All right.
We,
I covered it.
to the extent that the applicant needs to provide an extension to the commission, we would certainly do that.
Yeah, well, hopefully Attorney Alter, we won't have to arrive at that.
Well,
And the
that's
other-
to keep the hearing open.
Just
We
saying
do
if we
need,
have to keep it open, yeah.
yeah,
The
to
other-
keep it
the other-
open.
The other comment I would make is that if you are going to keep the hearing open, it would be very important to the applicant to know what issues are outstanding that we should be working on between now and your next meeting. We don't make any progress if everyone remains silent and then we come back and then everybody has questions. It takes us another month to answer. We have time to do that now, and we're happy to do it. If you can let us know areas of concern, we can provide responses.
Okay. I will say that some of the areas of my concern are more, as I said, to the outside. I'm looking at the layout of it. I'm looking at the boulevard. I'm trying to think of ways to enhance it. There was some question about lighting, about the gas lights. And so I'd like to see what kind of, if we have so many architecturals on that, or what's being proposed. Also just, I don't know, I know you talked about the clubhouse. I don't know if you're proposing for your community, like, center. Are you gonna be building that up? Is there gonna be any park benches or, just benches out in front of the residential? Will there be bike racks? What happens if somebody has a bike and wants to go for a bike ride down through the conservation easement or something like that? The walking trails, and will they be also bike accessible? So stuff like that, I kind of look at, it's almost quality of life. So at this point, that's where my focus is, architectural quality of life. But, that's my second.
For me, Commissioner Rogan, I would say that the phase 4 is a bit of a question mark for me. Considering the current state of the world and everything, and the hotel market is hurting, do you have a backup plan for that parcel? Maybe like a little box, a strip mall with multiple box stores to it, or something like that. So we just don't end up with a residential, a gas station, and a little thing, and then a piece of vacant land. I preferably like to give you more leeway with what you could do with that parcel rather than just lock it in as a hotel when it seems like you don't have I mean, I don't know if you have any interest in it or talk to any chains, but I'd hate to just see a prime piece of commercial real estate just sit there empty because it's kind of locked up into this hotel thing. So I don't know if you would want to consider maybe proposing a backup plan that you could do with it. And back to, I guess that would be my 2 cents. If we are to continue this meeting, which I think would be what I would prefer to do, stating that is what our experts' recommendation is, and that is why we had the town hire them. Anybody else?
Anyone else?
I think we're all pooping out.
I know. So can we have a motion one way or another, either the,
Sure, I'll make a motion to continue.
okay, we have a motion to continue. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
All right, Brian Rogan has a second. Do we have further discussion on continuing? All right, so do we need a roll call? Or-
Yes.
So, okay,
Yes.
roll call for the motion.
George Miller,
Aye.
Diane Jorsey,
Aye.
Tim Zigma, Timothy Zigma.
He's
You're muted.
muted.
Aye.
Thank you. Brian Rogan, Steve Wallman,
Aye.
Peter Zarabozo,
Aye.
and Chairman Beely.
Aye. All right, so we're gonna continue this. All right, thank you for that.
Could you state the date?
I think the next, hold on.
The next meeting is scheduled for April 15th, Thursday. I don't have a calendar in front of me, so.
Is it the 15th? Hold on.
Yes.
Um,
The first is a holiday, so we
yeah.
only have one meeting in April. I think we scheduled something for that meeting.
Oh, yeah, it is. the
We
15th.
scheduled a public hearing on the accessory dwelling unit for April 15th.
April 15th it is.
I'm trying to get my calendar up to just make sure the Thursday is the.
So we don't have a meeting
Yes.
on April 1st? Oh, no. it's
No,
Thursday.
April 1st is the start of a holiday weekend.
Yeah, holiday weekend.
So
that's right,
Thursday night
sorry.
is a town
All right,
holiday.
so it'd be the 15th.
Probably don't have a meeting on April Fool's Day anyways.
Okay. All right.
She
April
wants to
15th.
be off on Thursday night.
Yeah, yeah, it's Holy Thursday. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, and we'll see you then. All right, but hopefully we'll have good news for you. All right, so going to old business, is everything under new business? So we already have everything continued. So old business is all taken care of. Before we adjourn, we want to go back to the commission of business. We'll make this, okay, guys, in there, just a few more minutes. We have the discussion of the 2023 Plan of Conservation and Development. I've had conversations with a lot of the folks, and I know that we were thinking of driving this one way, but it seems like it's going to go another way, because I have a lot of commissioners that have approached me from planning and zoning and want to participate in the Plan of Conservation and Development, and I'm not in a position where I could pick two people, and as I said to Maureen, who am I to deny anyone participating? If somebody's willing to give some time and to work with this, that would be great. The Plan of Conservation and Development would basically be composed of the Planning and Zoning Commission or any members thereof that want to participate. And we're probably going to meet maybe perhaps once a month. We will have a consultant that will be writing things. I mean, obviously, we'll be reviewing things as we go along. Some of it will be conservations and how to do walking trails. Some of it will be development on the Turnpike. Some of it will be farmland and how to keep the ball going. We'll have housing. As we go into these separate areas, we'll be actually soliciting input from other boards and commissions that may want to come and share thoughts with the core committee and help us, work through like inland wetlands or conservation or economic development and such. So that's what we're looking at right now. Jim Mahoney, I know, is on the line with us. So Jim, did you want to add anything to that?
Joan, Tim Zigma.
Okay, yeah, but I can't hear
Okay,
Jim.
I didn't see Jim. Oh, there
Yeah.
he is.
Okay.
But he's got on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think that summarizes it. Seems like there's interest on the commission. We can accomplish outreach with the other groups, with the consultant that we hire. So, that makes sense to me. And again, in terms of general work, we are working on the demographics with our, intern, and we have our, New England Geo started the mapping process, so we're already getting going on that. And Maureen and I have worked on the RFQ for the consultants, and that's pretty much ready to go. So we're making progress. And I think, if you can make the decision that the commission is going to be, guiding this process, then we're off.
Okay. All right. So, is there anyone on the Planning and Zoning Commission that does not wish to be considered for the committee?
Joan, can I make a suggestion, Joan?
Yes.
Because of the numbers, I think you may want to bring this commission up to a 9-member commission. Then the people interested on the commission can be on the commission, and then we still can get the outside people that we want, either the council or the zoning, ZBA or whatever we want. But make it into a nine-person commission. As long as it's odd number.
Well, okay, so, but what are you suggesting, Tim?
I'm suggesting probably 4 of the commissioners. I think that's what expressed interest, maybe 5 commissioners, and and the rest of them, from, one from the council, one from, ZBA, one from economic development, have a 9-person committee instead of a 7-person, that's all.
Okay, all right, well, at this point, I just want to know if there's anyone who does not want to be considered. I mean, we have,
Mr. Wallman,
yes, Mr. Wallman.
I would like not to be considered. I think at this juncture, it's time to bring some young folks into these committees as opposed to someone of, I'll use the word experience on my end. I think I'd love to see some of the younger members be involved because they're going to set the trend for the town in the future. So I would withdraw my name.
Okay, no problem. There is always room for you, Steve, if you want to come aboard. Okay, is there anyone else on the commission who does not want to be considered?
Commissioner Zerbozo, I don't know how an alternate participates in this, but in this case, if possible, I'd like to take Woolman's spot.
Okay, we would always, we considered all the alternates eligible for
Oh,
this.
okay.
So you don't have to take his spot. You can have a spot of your own.
Wonderful, thank you.
So you're on as well. All right, so I think that Mr. Wallman is the only one who has not expressed an interest. Okay, so you basically have your core right there. Everyone except all commissioners, except for Mr. Wallman. So Jim Mahoney, you now know who's on the core committee. And then as we go along, if we need to bring others on board, we will. But at least it gives you a core to work with because obviously it's going to take a while to get everything up and going.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So we have that decided. The other item on the agenda, thank you everyone too. The other item on the agenda is the consideration for the moratorium on multifamily development. Just really quick, Maureen, do you want to give a synopsis?
Hey, I
A
have
nutshell, go ahead.
one little nutshell.
Go ahead.
We continue to gather information for the POCD as we just discussed. And as you've all become rather aware, there are concerns that have been raised as we review the recent BTD regulations with regard to apartments and multifamily dwelling units. Further, staff is still trying to determine and is seeking corporation council's input to formulate any proposed scope, language, and timing of the moratorium before presenting anything here. And therefore, I request that you further table this discussion and to be added back onto the agenda when appropriate.
Okay. All right. So do we need a motion to table it?
No, it was just a discussion item,
Okay.
and I think you can just say that's fine. If you want to continue discussing it, then.
All right.
So that's
I think
commission's pleasure.
Yeah, I think it's fine that we continue discussing it, but at a later time. So I'm gonna postpone it. Anyone opposed to that thought? All right.
Not tonight.
Not tonight.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to consider anything tonight. We're way past, it's 11:22 right now, and I think that we need to drive home still, so.
Yep.
All right. So with that, I ask, please, somebody give me a motion to adjourn
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
at 11:22 PM. Thank you, Diane. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Brian. Anyone opposed? Good. All right, all in favor? Aye. All right. Thank you, everyone. I apologize for the length of the meeting. We'll do better next go round. Good
Have a good
night.
night, everybody.
Good night.